Good, we're good?
We're good.
Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals. Oh, the screen doesn't come up at the public hearing of the review session. The
Oh.
screen is not up? No.
Oh, Kurt or Chase, can you put our review session screen up, please? It's okay, Tony, just get started.
Just go? Okay.
They'll catch up.
Okay,
Steve is
good
gonna be
morning. This is-
taking over the screen share.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals, public review session for November 16, 2021. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 25, 2019-66 BZ, 15 Terrace View Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay. One second. Okay.
Oh, I got one. Did you do your help screen? Oh, yeah.
Oops.
Mute people, mute.
Yeah, please mute everyone. Okay, so we were looking at the June 29th, 21 hearing submission that was adjourned due to the lifting of the governor's executive order allowing us to do fully remote hearings. And that case was postponed until today's hearing at the request of the applicant. So we last heard this actually on March 9th. We have a June 21st, 21 strongly worded letter from the community board that is upset with the apparent unwillingness of the developer to meet with the community board and to work out a construction plan to minimize construction impacts on traffic. They asked this board to condition approval, should we get there, on the applicant providing us with a construction plan. Although the EAS does not show any specific construction impact analysis was done, applicants should go through the screening analysis set forth in the seeker manual and provide the requested construction plan with respect to traffic impacts. I think that's actually a very reasonable request given the tightness of that area and the congestion that's up there. It's true that the construction trucks will have to be coming kind of in large quantities during the pouring and excavation periods, and they really should be planning kind of where they're going to be parking, how they're going to be delivering, and all of that, so as not to create unreasonable impacts on traffic. I think that's reasonable, and actually the EAS, or let's say the Seeker Technical Manual, states that in situations where it's not going to take longer than 2 years to construct a project, but where you have an unusual kind of street system, an analysis is appropriate. So they should do that analysis. The A finding argument has been amended and the slope removed as a unique condition. It's true, there are very few lots at all in this M11, which the applicant expands to the adjacent C81 because it has comparable use characteristics. This is the largest of the 9 lots listed as 8,500 square feet and less. The study actually would have been more complete had we had a chart of the total number of lots in the M district and C8 districts to compare against the 9 that are under 8,500 square feet. And also, if we knew the size of the lots that are owned in common with site 5 through 9, since most of these are far smaller than the 8,500 square feet, so might be in worse shape than the subjects. I think that would make the analysis complete. I looked, excuse me, I looked through the old records to see if there had ever been a tallying of all of the lots within the district, and I didn't find that. Maybe it's there, but I actually didn't find it in earlier uniqueness studies. There are statements in the cover letter and statement of facts that distinguish those 5 lots further by positing that they are more accessible or better located but there are no supporting materials to support that, that assertion. So I feel like the argument is nearly made, but I didn't see the backup that would finish it. For me, if they backed up those arguments, then I would see that there's an A finding. We agreed at the last hearing that if the A finding is met and the required parking were provided, the bulk could follow the R6 quality housing bulk regulations. And so the project has been revised to comply with the R6 regulations for a 4-story plus setback 5th floor and includes 16 parking spaces for 24 dwelling units. The BSA 01 zoning chart is a bit odd in that it states the zoning district is M11, yet all of the bulk and use regulations for residential building quote comply. They need to simply add a note that the chart analyzes the project as an R6 quality housing. There's also floor area deductions taken, and I'd like to know what they are. They need to provide floor area diagrams. And I note that the quality housing corridor reduction is not available unless you have a window in the corridor, and these are interior corridors. So if they're taking any quality housing deductions, they need to let us know what they are and show it on a floor area chart, on a floor area diagram. Parking calculations state 50% of the units are required to have parking and 16 spaces are required for 24 units. That's obviously not 50% of 24. So that should be corrected. So that means it sounds like they're providing 4 more spaces than are required, which is great. And they should play that up. We're providing even more spaces than required, right? Which was the big concern of the community board. Community board opposed unless there was parking, and now they can say we're providing more than required. I'd like to understand the portion of the 5th floor that penetrates the required setback. If that's applying the dormer rule, then they need to provide the analysis to show compliance with the dormer rule. It probably complies, but because it looks like it, but without doing the analysis, I can't tell. They need to show all the exterior finish materials all the way around the building and all of the little parts of it, show what everything is. Also, there's no site plan provided that shows the curb cut and access to the parking. This should also be shown on the 1st floor plan. And I'd also like to know what the material is that is surrounding the parking area at the 1st floor. It needs to be shown on the plans. It apparently is a fence because it's shown in the in the renderings that way, but not on the plans or the elevations. And I'm really concerned that the design of the fence not be such that it looks like a prison. So we don't want to be walking past prison looking fencing. It should be decorative fencing that fits in with the neighborhood. And those were my comments. I'm pleased to see a much reduced project that was so responsive to our comments from March. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the last hearing, as you mentioned, there were certain elements that board did not consider to be part of the hardship. And the primary concern the board had raised was the extent of the bulk waiver. And the applicant listened to all the concerns and the comments that was raised by the board and the community board. And I have to say, I'm very pleased to see the revised proposal. The revised building design has been very much responsive to the comments and the suggestions that was made by the board. It is in compliance with the R6 quality housing, barring some of the details that you laid out, Madam Chair, and the bulk regulations and parking regulations. What is most interesting is that in the R6 quality housing allows a maximum FAR of 2.2. However, the proposed building will not be maxing out at 2.2. At the same time, as Madam Chair pointed out, the parking requirement is 50%, but the applicant is proposing 70% of parking. So while it's proposing lesser amount of floor area, but is providing more parking spaces, which I think addresses a good part of the concerns that we have heard from the community board and the concerns that has been raised by the board. Overall, I'm very satisfied with the articulation of the building. That was a concern I had raised, and setting the building back to reduce the appearance of the massing along this narrow street frontage. So those are all really very good response to the comments raised. I do have, with regards to the uniqueness, I think at my earlier hearing, based on my look through the Zola information, I felt this site was woefully small, and given its location as an inappropriate MUs compared to all the other sites that are located within the M and the C8 in the immediate neighborhood. And I'm satisfied with what the applicant has provided. So I do not have any comments on the uniqueness. With regards to the submission that fire department made, initially fire department had raised an objection, and then in response to the fire department's objection that was raised on October 26th, the applicant revised the plan further, and that was mostly putting a 6-foot wide unobstructed access path on 5th floor located on the private roof terraces. My question here is, to ensure that the tenants that would be occupying these 5th floor units, accessing these private terraces, how do we make sure that these tenants will be notified and will adhere to maintaining a clear path? And I think that should be reflected in the rental lease documents. It should be clearly spelled out that this is a FDNY term. Similarly, the building management plan also should be made aware of the FDNY recommendations of the 6-foot wide clear path, not only to be maintained along the private terraces, but also the common rooftop area. So I'm not sure what is the best mechanism to institute that, whether it should be done through a restricted deck or so, or a commitment letter from the property owner or the developer. But that was my only comment based on the latest submission. I'm very satisfied with the project, and unless there are any glaring financial issues, I am very satisfied with the proposed project and modifications made.
Right. I'd like fire department to address this because, fire department accesses buildings that have terraces and balconies all the time, and nobody has a restrictive declaration that prevents them from putting a chaise longue up against the edge of the terrace. So I'd actually like to hear from them when we're in our public session.
Sure.
How to deal with it, because that seems like an unreasonable imposition on tenants, and an unenforceable imposition on tenants. If your balcony, and they have balconies here, if the balcony is has a 6-foot access, the whole balcony is 6 foot deep. It means you can only put a potted plant up against your window.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if fire department is okay with the proposal, and then what they do, because that would be strange. Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
I also am satisfied with the reduction in bulk of this project, and I actually think that this was a much improved report. They brought their construction costs down, even though they still kept the tenant letter in, but at least they totally reduced the construction costs on all the scenarios. So I was pleased with that. And my only question really in this whole report has to do with the residential rents, in that they have significant outdoor space on the 5th floor, not just terraces, but there are like 3 outdoor private areas of 450 square foot each. And I just want to know how they're actually pricing that as the addition to the rent, because they do, if you look at their pricing layout, it looks as if they definitely have added like $800 in rent per month to the top floor apartments, but they don't really spell out what they're doing. And none of the comparables have that kind of significant outdoor space. So I'm wondering, is this just their imagination that work, or what? They need to provide some kind of an explanation. Other than that, I had felt that their rents were aspirational anyway to begin with. So I'm not really, going to complain that the rents are too low. I just wanted them to dot their I's and cross their T's and explain that last piece so it doesn't look as if it was ignored. Other than that, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I'm fine with the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaitan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first thank the applicant for modifying the project, for excluding the slope issue and the rock from the uniqueness of the site. I just want to highlight that during the the previous hearings on this, we were able to prove it that the rock and the slope are not elements that could contribute to creating a hardship on this site. The only issue or uniqueness I should think of, or in other words, hardship, that could be associated with this site is actually the size of the site itself and the character of the neighborhood. This neighborhood, as far as I understand, is mainly residential. Putting a commercial or a manufacturing entity here is gonna be tough for the neighborhood to handle. So I believe I'm okay with the residential use being utilized in this site. That during the last hearing, I recall that the board asked the applicant to consider a smaller project. If I recall, we did ask for a total of 4-story building. I believe the current proposal.
No. We made a deal. It was essentially a deal. We said 4 stories if no parking, 5 stories if parking, because the parking was the thing that was really gnawing at the problem of the project. So we gave them the choice. We said you have to provide parking.
Yes.
And
Yes,
then
I
provide
recall that.
parking, then we are okay with a taller building.
Yes, I do recall that, but I just wanna share my screen for a second, and this is the only concern I have on this project. If you look at the neighborhood, do you see my screen?
Not yet. Yeah.
This is I'm walking on the street now. If you look at the buildings there, these are the kind of buildings that exist in this neighborhood. Even
Right.
if you start the site is almost here.
Yes.
These are the 2 adjacent buildings. They are, as far as I understand, these are legal conforming. So they are built probably a long time ago. If I continue walking here, look at the bulks here. Even if I continue moving forward,
Now you're in tall buildings. You see, there's a tall building where you passed.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
tall buildings is maybe all the way down the street at the end. But if you look at all these, for me, these are this is 3-story guy. This is a probably single or 2-family house. So I'm not sure if we tolerate a building that's 4-story or 5-story in this neighborhood. On what
go
basis
back.
we're gonna tolerate that?
Turn around, go back up the street. Go up the street.
That way?
No, back towards the site.
Okay. Are we talking about this?
So I'm looking at that one, but on the same side of the street is the project.
Yeah.
Just a little bit, go back to where our project.
Sure. The project is right here. Exactly.
Go a little further up. You can
Sure.
see further down the street, you see all those tenement buildings.
We're talking about these? Yeah,
Those
these
guys.
buildings?
Those guys, right. So that's the R6 area, which you're very close to. That's the issue. That building right there, where
Yeah,
you're,
this guy.
that guy.
And that one.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if we should relate a building that's here to that guy. I believe this is totally different zoning and it's totally different area. So I'm not feeling comfortable considering relating this site to the neighborhood right here. I believe we should consider looking at something like this, something like that down the street. These are kind of I don't want to make this site more privileged. Like I said during the last hearing, I'm not feeling well like giving a privilege to a site that barely has a hardship. I don't think this site has like this big hardship to consider a bulk waiver like that. That's my concern.
Mhm.
That's all what I have for now.
Okay.
But again, I want to thank them for excluding the slope issue, the rock issue. All these were cleared up, and I'm okay with that.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you, Chair. I am satisfied with the A finding. I am glad that the applicant took our advice and compromised with us and made a much smaller project. I want to note that, and I believe it was stated before, that one of the bigger issues that community board had was parking, and they are providing more than they are required to in parking. So I think that's a testament to them in that regard. Notwithstanding anything that my colleagues have asked for, I'm satisfied with this project.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up.
Yeah, I think I was the one who made the choice suggestion. And with that, I had made the caveat was that if you do go for a taller building, R6 equivalent with parking, articulate the building form so that the building massing doesn't appear too tall compared to the surrounding uses, which is exactly what the applicant has done in response to that comment. They're providing an R6 built form quality housing with a setback. And if you look at the surrounding zoning districts of R5, that is immediately to the, I think it would be to the south of the site, there are 6 stories, 7 stories apartment buildings in R5. So while immediately adjacent to it, there might be 2 or 3 stories, not very far away within visible sight, within 2 minutes walking distance, there are 6, 7, 8-story apartment buildings. So it's a little bit of a mishmash of built forms, and we shouldn't just take the immediate built forms abutting the site. That's why we always ask for 400-foot radius studies to see what is the predominant built form. And there are built forms of 3s, 4s, 5s, 6, all mixed together and meshed together, living side by side. So I think if this is proposing a 5-story with a setback, it is much better than some of the 5 stories that are going straight up.
Okay, you know what, maybe what would be helpful, but I can't do it from my screen, is to share a screen of the rendering that shows it with the setback. I believe it's a contextual rendering, I'm not sure. Oh, it's not a contextual rendering, but it does show the setbacks. So it's what it's appearing as is a 4-story, except for that thing that's called the dormer, right? So this is taking advantage of a dormer rule. And we could say also, don't take advantage of the dormer rule, because that's how they're pulling it out to be apparently 5 stories at the front. Which, so I, when I first looked at the project, before I saw the renderings, I thought I was looking at a 4-story with a 5th floor penthouse, basically. And then I saw the renderings and I realized, oh, no, it's got that front portion. So to do massing wise, what you're saying, to appear like a 4-story, it needs to appear like a 4-story. So where the setback is really a penthouse. And so maybe that it would be a way of going back to what you originally suggested. I mean, the dormer is a great thing, but I often find that what it does is it encourages massing to be all collected into one spot, because it's sort of a cheaper, or let's say more efficient solution. The dormer rule was really created to encourage articulation on the facade by pulling in and out the facade, not pulling a whole section of it forward. So it's inspired by like crenellation in classic buildings like on Park Avenue and things like that, where they articulated or in the Bronx, where they articulated very much the rooftop levels by that kind of an in and out. So I think it becomes now a personal, like I
liked the idea of the vertical element here, which kind of separated the building massing into two almost. So it made it look like three buildings. So you have one that is set back, then you have one that's a little bit coming forward, and another one set back. Now, if you took different material, it may even pop out even more and make it look like three massing and not look like one big massing with one popping out. So I think it's now, I personally think it's at a personal,
No. I don't think, no, in defense of, we're talking about neighborhood character. And so we were talking about height. So I don't think, when we talk about character, you can argue it's always personal. What's the character? I think the character is this.
I agree with
that. So let me just finish. So I do think the concern expressed by Commissioner Shetto, which I'm going to let him express his own concern, but I'm picking up on one thing, is that that a 5-story building is too tall for the neighborhood. And sort of the understanding was that it would be a 4-story building, say, look the 4 stories, but be 5 stories. And so that was sort of the understanding if we got an R6 with parking. So, but I'm going to give it to Commissioner Shada. Go ahead.
No, I'm not just talking about the bulk as it compares to other neighboring buildings. My concern is how can we make this site more privileged than others? My belief for now is this is not the minimum variance. The only way to prove that this is a minimum variance, it couldn't be proved by me. It could be proved by the applicant and reviewed by Commissioner Brown, because she runs the financials. If we believe that this is the minimum variance, I'm okay with it. I'm not saying this is terribly different from other buildings in the neighborhood, but what I'm saying is it's a bit different especially from immediate neighbors. And if this is not the minimum variance, they need to just relieve their hardship, if any, which I barely can see. Then I believe we're granting something that more than what should we grant. And that's why we should look at this very careful, because the moment we grant this, we have other sites in the neighborhood. They can come after us tomorrow, and you know how it plays. So I just want to be careful with the sign.
Can I just break in?
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that I understand that Commissioner Shetta has reservations about the project, and that's perfectly fine. But what I really don't want is that I'm being brought in to kind of prove his point or not prove his point. His objections should be definitely respected, and they should be given attention to, but I can't be the person who's now going to relook at the financials to try and find something that I didn't find to begin with.
No. Okay, let me interject here.
Here, please,
I think,
please.
The dynamic kind of goes like this, right? Commissioner Shetta is the one who, when they were saying slope poses a hardship, and then that was Commissioner Shetta's role to determine whether the slope poses the hardship. Once that hardship was taken out, now we're looking at the other hardship situation, right? The other hardship situations, which boil down to the shape or size of the site and its location kind of relative to other manufacturing sites in the neighborhood, which are mostly down the hill in the zoning district, down the hill, therefore more able to be manufacturing sites. And this one not big enough to be able to kind of overcompensate for being up the hill in a strange location, right? So those are essentially the two hardship criteria. And the question then is, what is the minimum variance to overcome that problem, right? And so it's not, and so we often look at the minimum variance question. I know. I rely first on the engineering, if engineering is a relevant element in the review. And then I rely on the finances to determine whether sort of the whittling down of the project is, which we did, right? The whittling down of the project brings it to whatever is considered a minimum. So it's not putting it, well, let's say all variances rely on your financial expertise, all of them, because otherwise we don't know where to go, right? Because it's the applicants say so against your expertise, right? So in a certain way, it's not going to be for you to find this. It's going to be for the applicant.
Exactly, yes, thank you.
That is
That's-
the minimum.
Right, that's fine. And I'm just saying that Commissioner Shetter was referencing me and my analysis of the financials. And what I was saying is, I'm not the person that you should be referencing in this.
No,
And
I
that's
didn't
all
say
was
you
saying,
should
'cause
prove
he
it,
was
Commissioner.
making-
Okay.
He was
No, no,
making
let's-
reference to me, and I
Okay.
was like,
All right.
he should
Okay.
definitely have his issues taken care of, but don't reference me on it.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. We got it. So it's up
Please,
to the
Chair, please, 1 second. I didn't say you should prove it, Commissioner. What I said is, should be proven by the applicant and
Yes.
can be reviewed by Commissioner Brown. And
Okay.
I don't think this should be taken as an issue.
Okay.
Yes, sometimes you say, I'll take a look
All
at
right,
it.
we need
If
to
Commissioner Shitter is
We
okay
need
with
to
it,
move
that's
on. We
fine.
need to move on.
We're gonna stop with this, okay? Commissioner Shabeta, please.
I just wanted to say, I think we need to acknowledge, I was reviewing my notes. I feel like the applicant did as we instructed. And he brought down this project a great deal as we instructed him to do so.
Exactly.
And that's not something that we get all the time on the second hearing. And I think that that they provided what we asked, that for me, that's what made me satisfied with this project as it stands.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do is we're not gonna debate this any further. The applicant heard the various comments, and it's the applicant's job to respond to the comments, okay? So we see there's not necessarily an accord about the level of the waiver, but the applicant is very excellent at responding to all concerns. So let's let them do that, okay? All right, let's go on to the next one.
Item number 26, 2019-173BZ, 187-01 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
Okay, 1 second. So we just got, if I'm right about this one, hold on a second, let me just make sure I'm in the right one.
Yeah, DOT.
Yeah, that's what so yeah, so we just got a DOT sign off, which is what we were waiting for the whole time. Or not the whole time, but a lot of the time. And so the sign off has conditions. So part of it is, and that the DOT sign off was the only thing that was left. So we need added to the plans, a note that says all transportation measures as described in the final EAS with reference to the seeker number and transportation monitoring program, commitment letter shall be implemented with final approval of measures to be determined by the Department of Transportation. That needs to be a note on the plans. So Jella, if you could email that note to the applicant because it's pretty technical. And yeah, go ahead, Jella.
Yes, the applicant has the note.
Hey, I can't hear you.
Jella, you need to volume.
Move closer to your mic.
The applicant has the note, and they sent us a draft not formally submitted with the note, so they will formally submit that, and they should provide a final EAS with those plans attached with the note.
Okay, good. And then what I would like to do is all of the language that is in the commitment letter, if that's what that is that we just received from DOT, all of the language in there should be in the resolution because it goes through, and I'll just kind of read a little bit of what it says. It says the, what is it? It's the traffic impact statement identifies improvement measures involving rest striping, restriping and modifying the curbside parking regulations at the intersection of Hillside Avenue and Chelsea Street. The proposed project also includes a new traffic signal head at the intersection of Hillside Avenue and 187th Street to control the southbound traffic from the new driveway. In order to verify the need for the proposed improvement measures identified in the traffic impact statement and additional safety measures, and to determine the extent to which future volume projections presented in the statement have occurred based on actual volumes, the applicant is committed to conducting a transportation monitoring program, which will include the following locations: Hillside Avenue and 187th Street, Hillside Avenue and Chelsea Street, and all site driveways. And then it goes on about what happens if once the studies are done and what needs to be implemented, and the obligation of the applicant to pay for the implementation of all those measures. So everything that's in that letter needs to be incorporated into the resolution. And those are the only remaining issues. Any comments from commissioners on this one? No? Okay, so we can go on to the next.
New cases, item number 27, 2019-304BZ and 2019-305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends denial, saying they didn't get enough information about the project. Not really understanding what that means. A few things, before I go on with my review, there's a few things I didn't understand about the project that I would like clarity on. The site appears to have frontage on a paved roadway. Is that roadway Lincoln Avenue? And if so, is that the unmapped street for which the GCL 36 waiver is sought? The address is 132nd Street. If the GCL waiver is approved, would the address be Lincoln Avenue? There is no direct frontage or access from the site to 132nd Street. So I didn't understand how that was going to be the address. And I get the impression 132nd Street isn't really open. There's basically kind of a dirt road that extends, or barely finished road. There's a missing paragraph on page 8 of the statement of facts, so please fix that. If I understand the proposed and the as of right correctly, the site is largely above the 12 NAVD 88 flood elevation, but the drawings express elevations in something called GEO. I don't know what GEO is. All the elevations have to be in NAVD 88, so correct that. The site appears to slope to the south, according to the survey, from elevation 10 to elevation 20 over 400 feet. And I don't know if that slope is reflected in the sections that we've seen, or if maybe I'm misreading the survey. There is an easement diagram provided at drawing A04, but the red dash lines appear to be the subject site and not the easement. So please clarify the outlines of the easement, which I believe is the access route over Lincoln Avenue. So it's sort of it's a very complicated site to understand in drawings because of the overlay of bridge bypass, overpasses, and so on. And so to make it really clear in plan, how do we get to the site? Where is the site relative to other sites? You really need to use different line weights and colors and identify better on the drawings what's what. There is a fire access route proposed as a pass through to the rear of the property, but fire department issued a letter of objection with respect to that. And I'll read some of their objections because I think it's their, oops, oh no, sorry, sorry, access. Sorry, my computer just decided not to be on the page I'm on anymore. So hold on a second. Sorry. There we go. All right, sorry. The thrills of computers. Sorry, here we go again. Okay, so fire department objects to this application for the following reasons. The fire lane as shown would only be able to accommodate one engine due to the length and does not provide for a turnaround for any fire apparatus as per section 2014 Fire Code 503.2.3.4. And the commissioner may require that the roadway width or vertical clearance be increased. As per another section of the Fire Code, fire department is requesting that a secondary access be provided to the site. An additional fire hydrant will need to be provided in the area shown on plan, 20 feet clear fire lane. Provide engineering drawings for load bearing capacity of the fire access lane, provide parking layout in the parking garage, show location of all fire protection equipment and rooms to be constructed, fire pump rooms, sprinkler and standpipe. An application may be required to be filed with Department of Buildings OTCR unit for the review of the proposed stackers. These are interesting comments in part because the fire access lane will affect the design of the project. So at the moment, fire department is not okay with the first floor design. Also, please clarify this. These are my comments. Please clarify on the site plan the boundaries of the proposed access road. The builder's pavement plan is also unclear as to the extent of the improvement and at what point it will connect with an open, improved map street. You need to show all of that. Show dimensions, street trees, curb details, etc., as required by the Department of Transportation for builders' pavement plans. Also, doesn't the roadbed have to extend all the way to the southern frontage of the property to allow for emergency vehicle access to that passage route? So they're like stopping the improvement just at the driveway as opposed to the full frontage of the site. You have to bring it all the way to the frontage of the site. So just to begin, as to the hardships on the site, the site plan shows that the district boundary line for the M31 district is very close to the southern edge of the property. Drawing A02 shows the site is a trapezoid ranging from 3 feet to 6 feet deep. If that were the only issue on the lot, 7711 split lot rules would apply and no use waiver would be needed. But I do agree with the applicant that it appears that city planning made an error on the zoning map in failing to notice that the property has two separate dimensions along its length. So it kind of jogs along the length, and city planning only seemed to have noticed one dimension and didn't notice that there's another one there. And I had to say that I was really surprised to hear that the agency considered a corrective action to be out of scope. So although I don't have an issue with the requested use and bulk waiver as to the district boundary lines, I note that the proposed places no residential use in the 35-foot M31 portion. So, you know, in a certain way, you don't really need that waiver for that section, for that part of the section, because there's nothing in it. You could leave that alone. And if there were a way to cure that just by using our special permit, then that would be the way to go in terms of shifting the district boundary line. That's actually another way of doing it. This doesn't need to be a variance. It could be just a special permit. And maybe it should be. So that's something we should talk about. So, and as I said, I agree that the split lot condition poses a hardship that could be addressed in part by the 7352 special permit, although that would leave approximately 15 feet in the M3, and a variance would be needed to address the entire site. But since it doesn't make use of it, et cetera, I'm sorry, I'm just repeating myself there. The site is indeed landlocked, but that condition is curable by a GCL 36 waiver. So I'm kind of looking at, when a special permit plus a GCL 36 waiver be enough, and then we're done. Plus the findings are a lot easier, and we wouldn't necessarily be at this very long. So The proximity to the bridge is a noise issue. The applicant raises that as a hardship. The proximity to the bridge is a noise issue because the proposed use is residential. So, but allowable uses in this MX district are really broad. So if anything, the complaint that it is too noisy or not so great to be next to a bridge is self-created. Don't build residential next to the bridge or push the residential away from the bridge. There are already large apartment towers just on the other side of the bridge that are right up against the elevated ramp. So you could say some other developer didn't think it was so bad. I don't know. Okay. Environmental remediation under the Brownfields Voluntary Cleanup Program is required at 13 feet below grade, according to the remedial investigation report, with groundwater at 3 to 13 feet. But there's a parking garage in the proposed that excavates to 15 feet below grade to allow for stacker parking. So for whatever reason, the as-of-right shows excavation for parking only to 9 feet. So the delta in that case for the cost to remediate is greater. But in the proposed, only soil disposal will be the cost of remediation. So I don't see where the environmental hardship really is, or at least it is much less than described, because you're taking all that soil out anyway to build your cellar. So there's got to be a delta between what you'd have to do on a normal job to excavate versus whatever you need to do with contaminated soil. And I don't know what the other elements are. The report states that the project is aiming for track 1 level cleanup, but provides contingencies if this does not occur. What would prevent the site from achieving this level of track 1 cleanup? What remains to be learned about the site that leaves this an unknown? The DOB objection sheet lists many more non-compliances than district boundary lines, height, and frontage. I'd like to know if those are still issues because we haven't been asked to look at those. I don't think the statement of facts discuss common ownership of adjacent properties since 1961, and it must, even if it isn't the case, they still need to. That's standard of review. In looking at how landlocked this site is and how surrounded by heavy industry with no adjoining amenity spaces, I'm actually not getting, from a development perspective, how residential is the appropriate use here for anyone. Although I understand the uses as of right for most of the lot, I'm just curious, like, why would a developer build housing here? I see that all of the units are 0 and 1 bedrooms. Is there a target market for doing this? That wasn't explained. I don't understand the configuration of the as of right. Is the issue that there isn't adequate distance from zoning lot lines for legally required windows? I think that is the issue. The unit layouts for the proposed indicate that legally required window is the issue. Since there are so-called studio units with offices, even though these, of course, will be rented or used as bedrooms without legally required windows. So obviously there's a big light and air issue, which is another reason why I'd ask, why are you putting residential on the site? But, developers get to build what they think is going to succeed, I suppose. There are no apartment layouts for the as of right, so it isn't clear how they would be accomplished or why the configuration is so much different from the proposed. In addition, why are the towers so far apart on the as of right and also so close to the bridge? It seems like you're pushing in the as of right one residential tower right up against the bridge so that you can say how terrible it is, and say you need 3 so you can say how terrible it is, and you're pushing them further apart than zoning requires so you can again say how terrible it is. So I really don't understand that. Also, why is the proposed 2 15-story towers, whereas in the environmental report there are 2 tall towers and a lower 7-story commercial building? So the environmental looks at the as of right differently. The environmental says the one close to the bridge is commercial and the 2 other towers are residential, which satisfies the problem about a noisy residential building a noisy bridge up against a residential building. And it might also address financials. I don't know whether there's better marketability of the offices or the commercial use up against the bridge. I don't know anything about that part, but it wasn't addressed, and it is in the environmental report. And on the proposed, wouldn't it make more sense for the bedroom/offices to look onto 8-foot side yards on each side? So in other words, pulling the building further away from the property line, so you get 8-foot side yards. You have 72 feet of width to work with. The site's 72 feet wide and 400 something feet long. And you can't predict, in fact, how close the next building will come to the property lines and whether those windows will have to be closed up in the future. But if you pulled them back, you wouldn't have to worry about it. You could have permitted windows, even if they don't provide legal light and air, they provide light and air. And especially since the property lines for this property and the property lines for the adjacent property are side lot lines. And in that district, there are no yard requirements. So the next buildings that are built on those sites could be built right up against the property lines and seal off all these windows. Why would you want to do that? So really the building should pull back 8 feet on both sides from the property line. Or you buy a light and air easement from the adjoining neighbor. You can't ever count that on the neighbor not developing. Kind of famous last words. There's that great building on 72nd Street and Riverside Drive. I forget the name of it, which was built in the early 20th century, relying on the train yards to provide forever light and air to all of those apartments facing the river. And then what do you know? Zoning changes. They invent all kinds of amazing possibilities of building over train yards. And then a building is built right up against the property line of that building and sealing off the windows. So, or let's say there was a big negotiation to not seal off the windows. So the rendering shows greenery along the side lot lines, but the plans show there isn't room for that. So setting back the building 8 feet would also give you more room for that. But of course, the fire department access is really what's determining what kind of paving and planting and so on would be possible in that access area. We need also Department of Buildings review of the flood zone compliance. There's something called a transition gallery at the first floor. I don't know what that is. Provide elevations of all sides of the proposed towers and show the exterior finish materials. And independent of how fire department determines that access lane needs to be handled, I'd like to know how it can be treated. Can it be landscaped? Can it be a permeable surface? I know it has to handle the weight of the trucks, so I don't actually know how that works. And how do you discourage the use of that area as a drop-off zone for residents that will obstruct emergency vehicle access? This is like a whole bunch of conflicting needs from that area. So, from my perspective, the best is to landscape the entire area with ground cover or other fire department acceptable surfaces, unless they determine that the lane isn't required, but apparently it's required. So those were my comment. Interesting, problematic site and project. Vice Chair Shando.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have lots of comments on this, and let me start with a couple of very basic zoning questions because I wasn't quite sure myself. One is that the subject block 2260 in which this site is located, does it qualify as a waterfront area? The subject zoning lot is located over 800 feet from the shoreline. So applicant, if they can confirm the subject zoning lot, if it would need to meet any of the waterfront regulations. I'm not sure, but I'm never very sure of how to read the zoning waterfront regulations. It would be helpful if the applicant can clarify that. Now, the existing extension of Willis Avenue on Lot 62, which provides access to the subject site, there is an easement on this portion of Willis Avenue. Now, what is the need? I would like the applicant to clarify, and as you have mentioned, I think there's just so much of overlay of activities happening on this site. A very good graphic would help clarify a lot of the questions you and I are asking, and possibly the other commissioners, in terms of the where is this easement and what is the easement access agreement, and if that could be spelled out very clearly. A very a voluminous deed chain diagram documentation was provided, but please dumb it down. I, for one, even if I had the time, I will never be able to understand it. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to read these deed chains. So please simplify it for a person like me to understand what this deed says, who owned what property, when did the transfer happen, when was the easement issued, to whom the easement is applicable, and what does the easement volume look like, not just the horizontal but the vertical, because we have the Willis Avenue bridge over it also. And similarly, when I'm looking at the plans say new bridge location, and I see the bridge turning radius, which is almost going through the property, but that's not how the bridge is built. So I was a little confused when I was looking at the plan as to what that means. So if the applicant can clarify that, because if it means that because the bridge was recently built like 5 years ago or so, I actually have to say I saw the part of the bridge structure was being shipped on East River to the side. It was a lot of fun to see it and how it was hoisted up to the side. So I would like that to be clarified as to what it's stated in the drawings. Now, with regards to the as of right drawing, let me just go to the site plan. Just bear with me, please. Where's the site plan? Okay. The as of right, as I mentioned, the as of right plans and both the proposed talk about the new bridge location, and the applicant needs to clarify is that going to be the future bridge location, and when is that going to be constructed, and where is that codified, and how will that affect the development? In the as of right plan, there are 3 towers. The first 2 towers, the front tower, middle tower 1, tower 2, there is a distance of 45 feet between the 2. And I'm not sure that meets zoning resolution section 23-831 requirement of 30-foot minimum distance between legally required windows and walls. Now, even though these might be office spaces and other things, we know how that's going to get used. So I'm not sure whether this is the right way to approach it. The applicant should provide an analysis of an as of right mixed use with residential, and if such a development would have a reasonable return. And also per zoning resolution 123-65 yard regulations, if any open area is provided alongside lot line, the minimum width has to be 8 feet. So in the as of right, there is an opening that is provided, which is along the zoning lot, which is along where the zoning district line is drawn. And that distance is 6 foot at the widest point, and it narrows down to 2 feet. Now, I think you would have to provide that 8 foot if you're maintaining it on the zoning lot. So
If you're maintaining what on the zoning lot?
If you're providing a side yard lot, if you're providing a side yard, that has to be 8 feet then along the entire length. The applicant is maintaining, kind of saying, no, we're not providing any side lot because we are building it within the zoning district line of M1.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it has to be the zoning lot, not from the.
It has to be the zoning lot. So I think it has to be 8 feet along the entire zoning lot length. So that would itself would require the building to be set back, and this would apply for the proposed also. Now, both in the proposed and the as of right, the applicant should show the zoning envelope. The
Wait. So for some reason, oh yeah. In the proposed, the building goes right up to the zoning lot line. So you don't need an 8 feet if you don't have anything.
But you do have, for the portion of the building, a portion of the zoning lot, you do have side yards. How is that being counted? That's the part.
Oh, in other words, because of the courts.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Create a side, I see.
Yeah, I'm not very sure. So that's why I'm kind of posing the question.
Right, okay.
Now, both in the proposed and the as of right drawings, the applicant should show the zoning envelopes, the required setbacks, yard lines, all of those things. Okay, in the proposed layout, as you mentioned, the unit layouts, it says office spaces, but the way they are laid out, it's very telling. They are going to be used as a residential. And if they are going to be along the lot line, chances of any building being built on the north side, because of the Willis Avenue overpass, probably it's going to be a low parking garage or something like that, but it is going to block the view of the lower apartments and the windows. It might be built to the lot line to maximize and have a more of a quality housing building further away. But I think, Madam Chair, your suggestion is good to set the building back 8 feet from both sides. And if that requires a little bit additional floor to compensate for it, I would be okay with it. That's just my statement. Now, in terms of the environmental remediation cost, because of the E designation, the applicant has to address the hazmat and the noise issues. And for the completeness of the file, I would like the applicant to provide the environmental sign-off or the environmental report from the 2005 rezoning and state what remediations were required through this E designation on the subject site. Since one of the remediation per E designation is noise, what is the noise source that is requiring the noise remediation, which I'm assuming is Willis Avenue. So the applicant should really spell those things out so that we know how the E designation was stated, what was the City Planning Commission's deliberation in its approval of that MX district, so that we have that understanding and the background when we are reviewing this project. If the buildings are placed away from the noise source, would that still require the noise remediation? That was a question I had. Now, with regards to the GCL, I'll start with the GCL one. I think any review from DOT is critical on this. Any development on the subject side, if not just FDNY, but also GCL of DOT, any development of the subject side would require a GCL 36 waiver, whether it's an as of right or even the proposed. This condition of the site, this condition on the site has been in existence since 1985, at least based on the historic tax map. The applicant should provide more detailed plans of the pass-throughs, speeds, stop signs, bed crossings, no parking signage, sections indicating the clear 14-foot clearance for the fire apparatus. All of those should be included in the detail for both DOT and for FDNY review, and should be part of our comment. And I think a DOT sign-off is also very critical on this part of this application. We haven't received any DOT comments on this.
Not yet.
Right. And I think during the public hearing, I would like to hear.
Jella's hand is up, so maybe we did receive something. Jella, go ahead.
Hello. Yeah, we did receive DOT comments. It was from the seeker division, but it looks like the comments that they issued were also related to the land use division as well that we usually send it to. So I think they may have combined it, and then it was uploaded into the seeker.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
the first set was issued on September 9th, 2020. And I can,
2021, no?
no, September 9th, 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we had sent some information to DOT that the applicant provided, and then DOT kind of reiterated certain comments on June 25th, 2021. And then they recently responded, very recently, and BSA sent a package to DOT for review. I believe it was Friday.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Okay.
Thank you.
But Vice Chair Shawna, can you repeat what you said you wanted to see about the traffic stop signs and things like that? You said that really fast and I didn't.
Oh, sorry. In the drawings, the applicant should provide detailed plans which shows the pass-throughs, speed bumps, the speed that the vehicles would have to maintain, stop signs, pedestrian crossings, no parking signage, any of those things, because it's a very long roadway. It's a 400-foot long roadway. So there should be those necessary signage and also fire hydrants that I think the FDNY is requiring fire hydrant. All of those details should be provided in that plan.
What's a pass-through?
I think it's passed through because the building is on the ground floor. For a portion of it is on the ground floor, and then it has a 14-foot of a void.
Oh, you're talking about under the building itself. I thought you're talking about the roadway outside.
No. But also the same comment applies for DOT in terms of where the stop sign has to be on the Willis Avenue, where the pedestrian crossing has to be on the extension of the 132nd Willis Avenue location, pedestrian crosswalks, lights, all of those things that also apply to the DOT part of it. So that's why I was looking for the DOT comments to see if those were included also. So there are two parts to it, but since there were some common factors, I just gelled them together as one.
I see. Okay. Thanks. Keep going. Sorry.
Okay. So I do think the GCL is very much required on this site, even if it were to be an as of right development or a proposed development. So I'm okay with the GCL request. Now, moving on to the uniqueness, and I was trying to read up on the history of the rezoning of the MX. The first MX rezoning, just as a background, as you know, Madam Chair, was the Port Morris rezoning. That's where the MX district was first applied. And the purpose of the MX was to allow, because Port Morris had a lot of furniture repair stores. So the idea was to not only retain those furniture repair stores likes, but also allow residential development above them. And the Port Morris rezoning, the MX rezoning that was first put in, was very successful. It resulted in not only allowing these commercial manufacturing uses to be retained, but also addition of over 100 and nearly 200 units of housing in that area where there wasn't any. And with that success, the DCP proposed another phase of MX rezoning, which was in 2005. And that was to broaden the area, but also increase the density. The Port Morris had a slightly lower density for residential and manufacturing. The 2005 had more density to allow for a greater mix of residential and light manufacturing commercial use, because they wanted to build on the success of the Port Morris and allow for more housing. So, so I was very surprised to see the way the zoning map was drawn. It seemed it was purposefully drawn to pick up this subject lot, but somehow they had missed it by those funny few feet here and there, which is very, very not, at least in my times of city planning rezonings that I've done, I've never seen it. So I was kind of surprised myself. So I do think this unique hardship is a result of this. Someone just didn't draw the line straight. That's all. and this site is unique. It's a really long, narrow site which has 75-foot frontage on a street that is not even quite a street. So it's not a standalone manufacturing site either, because it's so long, narrow, that it's not an ideal footprint for a manufacturing warehouse, storage, that type of uses either. So I was trying to think, like, can it be a mix of other uses and other things? So I think I'll talk about that as when I talk about the minimal. However, I think the application in its review should go through this, in its statement, should clarify the regulations, the codes that are requiring the need for the building segmentations, multiple building segments, multiple utility connections, and fire access, and all of those things, because those are also creating hardship. You're not able to create one long linear building with a corridor, double loaded corridor, because it doesn't have the depth. So you have to break it up, and that results in more associated building segments and cost associated with it. So I think those.
So I just wanted to add to that. Why can't it be a single loaded corridor? It's a 75-foot wide lot. Why not a single loaded corridor where you don't need windows for the corridor that goes from front to back?
Then you're relying on all the apartments to be facing, all the apartments to be facing a side yard, which is very likely to get blocked by a building on either side.
So then they wouldn't have the 30-foot depth, or they could 70. It's a 45-foot wide building. Yeah, you would, because a typical building width is 50 feet. So you'd have a 45-foot wide building with a single.
You would need but you would need a clearance. But in terms of all the apartments will be facing someone's wall, they wouldn't have.
No, they'd be facing a 30-foot wide side yard, which is the same thing.
But it's how wide is it? I'm not sure. I mean, it's a 30, but you, in terms of, it's a long corridor. You will have to break it up into two buildings because of fire code reasons. Building segmentation will have to happen.
No, you break it up into two fire separations. So you have, we actually had a great project. Remember, it was almost when I first arrived, this amazing project where they were needing some kind of fire department waiver, I think, where it was one of those really old 60s buildings that was really, really long, where they did this beautiful thing with.
I wasn't there then.
That predated you, but that was a very neat building. But you could have a really, really long building. Yeah, Commissioner Ali Brown, you want to add, which one it is?
It was the one in Far Rockaway.
Yes.
That was very long, but you're absolutely right. And that was my biggest question here, because if you look at all of the largest developments like Co-op City, Rochdale, Village, all of those are very large buildings, and they're single buildings that are broken down inside into segments, each with its own core, but still saving the cost of having to build four sides of a building.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's finish with Commissioner Chanda's comments, and then you'll pick up from there. Okay, thanks.
So, but I think overall the uniqueness is there on that, so I won't delve on it. It's a question of, is it minimal or not? In terms of the neighborhood context, as I mentioned, I think the whole purpose of the 2005 rezoning was to allow for more density than even what the 1997 rezoning allowed. It increased the residential density from R6A, which was mapped in 1997, to R8A, and similarly with the manufacturing. So I think the purpose of and per City Planning Commission report, the 2005 rezoning aimed to encourage new use for underutilized land and build on the success of the existing Port Morris mixed-use district. The 1997 rezoning of Port Morris was intended to strengthen the existing antique business in the area and permit residential use on upper floors. The effort has been successful, with approximately 125 residential units renovated, reactivated, converted, or planned. So I think having, if there is an issue that can bring the costs down with regards to remediation, and if you could have a little bit of a commercial manufacturing building in the front and the residential behind, I see this more of a narrative to talk us through whether that's feasible, because the footprint of the manufacturing in the front will be so minimal and it cannot be too tall because then it's not effective. Would it really have a market? All of those things can be flushed out and clarified as to if it is feasible or not, and is there a market for something like that.
Where did you read that portion about the success of the Port Morris?
From this 2005 City Planning Commission report.
Oh, okay.
I can share that with all the.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
I got that.
Yeah, okay.
The proposed density is definitely less than 6.02 FAR, which is the permitted is 6.02. The applicant is proposing less than 6.02. And if the entire subject lot was zoned to an M15 R8A, then much more density would be allowed. So what the applicant is proposing in terms of the total density, it's not at all off. I think it's very reasonable. The bulk request, the FAR is all very reasonable to me. So in terms of the neighborhood character, I think it seems the residential use, predominant use is reasonable. The question is, will a little bit of manufacturing use on the lower floors and others help address some of the bulk and some of the other regulatory elements? With regards to the self-created, before this complex deed document came, I was trying to look through Zola to kind of understand it, and from way it seems is that there was a separate lot 180 for a long time, at least from 1963 onwards. And at one point, lot 168, after 1968 or so, was probably sold separately from lot 62. However, city foreclosed on the subject site, and then it was resold. So I think in the past we have often seen when city interjects in these process, we do consider that to be a self-created, a separate issue, and it's not a self-created hardship. So I'm okay with that. And only comment that I had was, did city at the time of drawing the zoning boundary believe that the portion of the lot 62, that is to the north of the site, abutting the mapped but not built 132nd Street and lot 180, they were going to be developed together because of the way the zoning boundary is drawn? Just a question I had. In terms of the minimal, I was trying to see what would be a hypothetical lot that would be developed, that could be developed as of right. And I saw three possible hypothetical lot. One is lot A scenario, where you have a lot frontage along 400-foot length, that is 75-foot deep. Lot B scenario, which is a lot that is 400-foot deep with 75-foot frontage, which is the as of right. And lot C scenario, which is a corner lot along Willis Avenue, and the rest of the 400-foot frontage, and the rest is interior lot kind of thing. So I think all of them as of right put together will have a development issue because of sky exposure plane, or because of other things. But this is for applicant to clarify and show how they have hypothetical lot A, B, and C would work in terms of the zoning and where the misfalls are. And that would be a good way to compare the proposed development also. There would be height and setback issues with the lot if you have a 400-foot street frontage.
Right. But here, the height and setback only applies to the front lot line, not to the side lot lines.
Right. So then you end up having these tower-like situation, or you have this side lot ribbon, which, I'm not sure results in the best layout. You have a very long corridor with, there's a cost associated with that long corridor, 400-foot long corridor with apartments on one side. So, I mean, that will get borne out in the financial, I guess. But that was my long-winded comment on this whole thing. It's a very complex site, and I do think it is extremely justified for it to require waivers. It's a question of the degree of it. There is hardship associated with this site.
Well, okay. Commissioner Ali Brown, thank you.
So I have some questions as to the uniqueness findings and their 6 factors that they say affect this lot. So the first one, that the lot is a long, narrow tax lot, 70-foot width to 404-foot depth and only 1 point of entry. That, when you look at the map and you look at the lot nestled within the much larger lots surrounding it, it makes it look like it's really small and narrow. But when you think about it, 70 feet width is quite large, and 404 foot of depth is extremely deep. And so I'm not sure that, well, for me, I'm not sure it's such a hardship that it's long and narrow. It is narrower than the surrounding lot, which is huge, which makes it look much smaller than it is, but it's still a very large lot with a lot of development potential on it. And then they talk about how this requires building with multiple towers in order to utilize the available floor area, and that multiple segments is multiple superstructures, multiple facades, multiple building systems, multiple connections to sewers and utilities, which is more expensive. And I'm not sure that they're exploring the right building form. I think they should consider, like we had just stated, Chair, a large building with many cores within it, like the type of building typology you find in Co-op City and other large developments. They talk about how the CPC had inadvertently rezoned the lot and split the district. It is an error, but I'm not sure that it is an error that we should feel the burden to fix, unless, of course, they do meet the uniqueness finding and all of the other of the 5 findings. Their statement that the exit ramp of the bridge is built 30 feet from the lot, making it harder to market the apartments closest to the bridge. I agree with you, Chair. The way in which they structured the as of right, pushing the whole mass as close to that portion of the lot as possible to make their point. I'm not sure it makes their point, because, as we said before, you have 404 feet to construct buildings. Why do you have to be right up against that lot or very close to that lot line that's closest to the bridge exit? So I'm not sure I'm convinced of that. And also, when you look at the western side of that exit ramp, there is a building that is literally right up against that. It is like 3 feet away, and yet it is fully leased up. And so I'm not sure it's as much of a hardship as they say to be 30 feet away. The subsurface contamination that requires remediation for the entire site. The previous building was demolished in 2006, filled in and paved over, and now the remediation report says there's contaminated fill. My question is this due to the prior owner, and is there any redress that they can get and go into the prior owner? As for the B and the E findings, I went through the financials and I have a number of comments. So, for instance, with the site value, the M3-1 part of the site is actually valued using the MX zoning comparables, and I'm not sure why, because that allows for residential, and that would inflate the value of that portion of the site, which in essence is actually useless in this scenario of development. So I don't know why it's even valued if it's useless. It should, it's valuing it really high and there's nothing you can get out of it except for the floor area that you're going to shift to another portion of the lot. But if anything, it should be given M3-1 comparables. The cap rates at 6.0 seem like they could be kind of high for residential in New York City. When I look to see just plugging in other cap rates, given the information that I was given without challenging any of the other assumptions, a 4.9 cap rate actually works for the as of right with nothing adjusted, not even the site value. So they would have to prove to me why a 4.9 cap rate is not sufficient for residential project. For their residential apartment comparables, in the 2-bedroom comparables, comp number 5 is actually a 1-bedroom, so it should be removed. I have a question as to why not use comparables that are closer to the waterfront, because this is actually very close to the waterfront, even though it's not waterfront property, but it still has quite a view corridor. Why not use only new buildings to value this? There are a number of buildings in the comparables that are older buildings, and I think that that's depressing the rents that you could possibly get. Why not adjust upward for the amenities? Because the as of right and the proposed have pool, parking garage, and fitness center. I did check all of the comps to make sure that they were not in regulated rented buildings, and they aren't. So that's okay. Let me just read this. Okay, so the averages used are different from the averages suggested by the comparables. So in the as of right scenarios, the averages that they actually use are lower when the average apartment size is actually larger. So I'm not sure why they're then going down in price per month for those rents. The average studio in 1-bedroom should equal the comparables for studios in 1-bedrooms, with the studios with the office and the 1-bedroom with the office being higher than the comps because you have more space and more room. And that would be for the proposed. The only apartment typology that's actually done like that are the 2-bedroom apartments, where they're actually a little higher than what you would find in the comparables. And that's it right now. Those are my questions. My question about the remediation costs will be, left open to the engineer to actually analyze whether or not those are actual costs, but they are kept separate and apart from the regular hard costs, and they do use a cost estimator. I'm not sure that we should insist that they use Marshall and Swift, because their as of right costs are $330 a square foot, not much higher than what we see in that portion of the Bronx on other cases. So I'm not sure I'm going to push that, but we'll see.
Okay. All right. That's interesting though. In respect to other projects we have where the cost estimator arrives at a number that is reasonable compared to what you're used to seeing in Marshall and Swift. So, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Cheta.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I agree with all the comments mentioned so far. And in addition to that, to optimize our time on this case, I want to start from where Commissioner Brown ended. Regarding the cost per square foot, I'm not sure if I got it right, but for the as of right building, I got something in the neighborhood of 400 and change. So I'm not sure if I got it right again. If Commissioner Brown want to check the numbers, that would be like.
I have about $410 for the as of right, and under 400 for the proposed, like
I thought you said 300 something for.
That's hard costs. That was my hard cost. Sorry, I didn't clarify.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at the right hard costs. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So we're on the same page. I got 417 for the proposed per square foot, and I got 393 per square foot for the as of right. And I believe these are kind of like little bit higher than usual construction cost for that kind of building. But I would like to start from the aspects claimed as hardship. The shape of the site, I don't think the site is like terribly irregular. I believe the issue here is what we call it aspect ratio, or the rectangularity of the site. The site is kind of long. If you look at the length of the site, it's kind of like much more than its width. And I'm not sure how this is contributing to creating a hardship. I believe the site could be utilized efficiently. So I don't believe this aspect ratio issue is contributing to the hardship. The close proximity to the bridge, the site location, I'll defer to the other board members to handle these items, but I'll jump straight ahead to the two other engineering items, the soil remediation and the construction cost. And I will start with the construction cost. Construction cost wise, I believe the cost that was presented by the cost estimator is kind of, again, exaggerated. If you look at the schedule for the construction cost, you can see that we have too many items that were just thrown in that cost estimate. Let me try to share my screen.
When
Or
you
maybe
say the
even-
cost estimate, you mean the remediation estimate?
No, I'm talking about the construction cost itself.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'm trying to share my screen. Yeah, I'm having a difficulty here showing my screen, but I'll go over them and I refer the like reference the page number. If you look at the financials on page 45 of 78, all page numbers I'm talking about are like PDF numbers. They are not the actual page numbers. But if you look at page 45 of 78, you're gonna see that we have too many items listed that cannot be included in that kind of a project. For example, we have 40-ton rock anchors. I'm not sure what rock anchors are for this project. As they indicated, there is no rock encountered during the like subsurface investigation. As far as I understand, at this area, rock is very deep. So I don't know why they are using rock anchors here. Maybe they are talking about piles. If they are talking about piles, they should have submitted geotech, and even with piles for this kind of like tall building with this kind of area, almost waterfront area, I don't think piles should be an odd foundation system for this kind of project, and I don't think it should be contributing to like raising the cost per square foot on a project like this. There is another item that's called item 22, 18-inch mat foundation. If you're using a pile foundation system here, I don't know why you would utilize a mat foundation on a project like this. These kind of like elements, just to give you an idea, the 18-inch thick mat, the cost for that is about 1.3 million. When you just to throw an item like that in the construction cost, it actually contributes significantly to taking the cost per square foot from like around 300 to the like 400 plus figure that we got on this kind of project. Same thing for the 40-ton anchors. That the total cost for this is almost $1 million. So just by talking about these two items, we're talking about more than $2 million plugged in, and I can't see a viable reason for doing so. I strongly believe that they should obtain the cost per Marshall and Swift, and starting from there, they should like plug in the cost for the remediation. Coming to the cost for the remediation, I understand that the site is contaminated. I understand that the site is now a member of the brownfield program, but I'm not sure about why this site is considered unique when it comes to the remediation, the required remediation. This is a map from the site locator tool brownfield, on the DEC website. And this is the subject site here. And if you can see, we have like too many sites around that they do not only have contamination, but they, number one, participate in the brownfield, and number two, even two of these sites, this one here and that one, are members of the Superfund. So I anticipate if they are so, they could have like much more contaminants than the subject site. So this is on the contamination side. One more thing on the contamination, if I want to like share my screen one more time, what this is one of the figures that is submitted with the remedial action plan, and if you look at these tables here, you're gonna see at the very top there is like it says SB 16 and then 12 feet. This is the boring number, SB 16, and 12 feet is the depth at which they encountered, they extracted this sample. And what I did is I took that figure and I went to like every single boring of them, and I looked at the depth, and I looked at the exceedances for the tolerated amount of different contaminants. And they did a good job. They highlighted in blue and in green the locations where they exceed the tolerated DEC values. And what I did is I cut like a horizontal section over the entire site at 5 feet. And I said, let me take a look at below 5 feet and see which area actually encounters contaminants. And what I came up with is these just highlighted that in blue and in red, these just like these 5 spots are the only spots typically that have contaminants below 5 feet, meaning that if they cut the entire site to 5 feet, all what they need to do after that is to just go to these 5 spots and dig local at these spots and do one of two things. They could either do like treatment in place, probably grouting or chemical treatment, to make sure that the contaminants are stabilized, like we discussed in one of the projects in Brooklyn, I believe, 2 weeks ago. They treat in place the contaminants, so they don't have to dig deep to these contaminants and remove them. Or they could actually dig and remove the contaminants, but the difference between my proposal and their approach is, instead of you dig to 15 feet and consider the global site as contaminated, you just dig local areas, probably 10 by 10, 20 by 20, and you go down to the target depths, remove the contaminants. And by doing so, we're talking about disposal cost of very limited quantities. We're not talking about the entire excavation for the site. Same thing for the treatment. So the cost of the remediation that was presented in the remedial cost estimate would drop significantly. The last thing I want to talk about is the cost for the remediation itself. Hopefully I can share that easily.
I have a question before you do that. So when they only show those specific areas that were on that map, were those the only areas where they took samples, or so, right? So you only, could you show that map again? I have a question.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so those areas 1 through, however many areas there were, area 1 through 4, or there are many other soil borings taken.
Yes,
right?
what we do in doing like environmental remediation investigation is we take borings that cover the entire site. And then we sample in these borings, let's say at 1 feet, 2 feet, 4 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, and so on. And to analyze this data, we look at how much contaminants we got at each sample, what kind of contaminant, and compare this to the tolerance by the DEC. Mm-hmm. And let's say boring number 5 at depth 5 feet is okay, so we're fine. but at depth 10 feet, it exceeds. So we need to remediate here. And then we start like looking at different borings, different depths, and highlight the areas where we need to do something. And then we look at the same picture, but in the vertical section, like vertically, depth-wise. And what they did is, yes, I convinced that they encountered contaminants at like so many places. But if you look at, my point is, if you look at the places, most of them, the contaminants were encountered at shallow depth from 1 to 5 feet. Meaning, if you cut to 5 feet, you get rid of the most of the contaminants on site. The remaining will be only 5 areas, probably 5, 6 areas max. And what they are saying is, we want to dig down to 15 feet and remediate the entire site. What I'm saying is no, because you're building a cellar, this is driving your need to excavate to 15 feet or to 12 feet or whatever. But if you exclude the cellar, and I really suggest them to do so, because of the cost of the excavation support and the cost of the dewatering is going to be too high on a site like this. If you just forget about the cellar, you don't need to dig down to 15 feet over the entire site. Probably you're going to need to dig down just to 5 feet. And then at localized spots, you need to dig down from 5 probably to 12. Remediate these local spots so the cost will drop down significantly. And this is the difference between the approach I believe that they should adapt and the approach they are actually adapting. The other issue on the cost estimate for the remediation is, if you look at the table that they provided, that table like really contained too many items that shouldn't be there, such as that if you're building a cellar, you don't need to include the excavation support on the construction and the remediation cost for a project like this. Because let's say this site is not contaminated at all. The question is, would you need excavation support system? And the answer is yes, because you're digging to 15 feet. So it shouldn't be there. And this item by itself, it's a huge amount of money. So the excavation support is almost $1 million. So if you take that and remove it, then the remediation cost is dropped as a start by 30% or maybe 25%. And moving forward, if you look at the excavation, if you adapt my approach for remediating this site, you don't need to dig deep to 15 feet, so that excavation quantity is not 14,000 cubic yards, and it's not gonna dispose at the cost of a contaminated material. So the cost will drop significantly for the remediation when you adapt that like localized remediation spots. And honestly, again, back to square one, I'm not sure why this site is unique. If you look at the map that I just showed, you have too many sites around. They didn't, on that, when it comes to the contamination, they told us, what they told us is that the site is contaminated. And my response to that is, so what? Is it unique because it's contaminated? So far, I cannot see that. Why? Because when I look at the map, I can see too many sites around this site that are participating to the brownfield. Definitely they are contaminated. Even some of them, 2 of them are very close, and they definitely had like more contamination because they are parts of a super fund. So they need to do more in proving it to us that this site is unique because of the need for the remediation.
Right, understood. So on the as of right, they only show a 9-foot cellar. It's the proposed that has a 15-foot cellar.
Yes.
Because they want to have stackers to support all the apartments.
Yes, but if you look at the 14,000 cubic yard and you take that divided by the area for the entire site, that's gonna give you 15 feet deep excavation. This is one of the puzzles that I was like trying to solve, but I couldn't. So apparently And I understand that in the world of the construction cost estimation, they do not work with that, like the exact number. It's not 12 point, but this is roughly 15 feet deep excavation. And I believe that when you look at the remediation cost, that the first thing you plug it in with is the as of right, to prove it to us that the as of right is infeasible. And yes, you're right. They considered in the drawings, they show 10 feet deep cellar or 9 feet deep cellar. And in the remediation cost, they account for 15 feet, probably more deep excavation. And like I said, in addition to that, too many items in the construction cost estimate that are not needed, that shouldn't be there, like the rock anchors, like the 18-inch mat thick, like backfill with crushed stone, tons, like slab and grade. When you build with a mat foundation, you don't need a slab and grade. When you have a slab and grade, you don't put a mat foundation. When you use piles, you don't put a mat foundation. You cannot like double dip or triple dip on a project like this. So I'm asking them to please use Marshall and Swift, get the price per square foot, make sure that it jives with the standards that are known within the city, and add to that the cost for the remediation, and please revise the cost for the remediation based on the approach that I just adapted. I don't care about whether they're gonna dig down the entire site or not. I don't care about whether they submitted something to the DEC and DEC approved it. Again, this is like a repeated story. Do whatever with the DEC, do whatever on site. But when you estimate the cost here, use the minimum cost possible to achieve your remediation goals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hold on one second. Okay, Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'm gonna be brief. With regard to the GCL 36, I do definitely see a need for a GCL 36 here. They convinced me with regard to that. With regard to uniqueness, I found that I just want, initially, one of the things that struck me was that the city planning, I'm not sure if this planning error could be something that we consider with regard to uniqueness, because it's not exactly a physical condition according to the statute. So I'm not sure if that's something that we can take into account as with regard to uniqueness. But it certainly is something that I think is having a negative effect on this lot. I'm just not sure if it's something we can strictly consider by the statute. The premise being unusually long and narrow, I do have certain reservations with regard to calling this a narrow lot because of how wide it actually is, and my fear of what kind of precedent that would lead. Although when you consider the complete the irregular shape of the lot, because of how how large the lot is, and I guess as Commissioner Shedd stated, the rectangularity of the lot, I think that it is unique with regard to when reviewing other lots around it. I found it to be unique. I'm not extremely compelled by it, but certainly did play a role. So while I won't go into each and every one, I do think that when you take all of the conditions and you put them together, that this is a unique, well, not one of them by himself, like that the premise is adjacent to an active bridge, that in and of itself may not be enough to claim it is unique, and there's a great hardship related to that uniqueness. But I think when taking everything together, I'm leaning towards this being unique. With regard to the contamination, all they stated was this is historical contamination. I'd like to know a little bit more about that. I do believe that the contamination, if it's not somehow self-created or they don't have another cause of action to pursue, I do believe that the contamination in and of itself would be unique. Now, that's notwithstanding what the, Commissioner Shetta's statements of the addressing of the approach of reviewing or addressing the contaminants, that would more to the degree of hardship as opposed to the uniqueness. I find it to be unique. I'm not sure how much hardship that is, and I think that could be fleshed out with Commissioner Shetta's inquiry. And this is really the only thing that I would like to add. I believe all my other statements were already spoken towards.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up. Go ahead.
And also
Oh,
Commissioner
thank
Otley
you.
Brown.
Oh, I didn't, oh, you have your actual hand up as opposed to your.
Yeah.
Who had the hand up first?
I think, I don't know, because I saw your little picture hand up. So why don't we start with you and then we'll go to Commissioner.
Okay. Yeah, I think it would be helpful for it would help us if the applicant can dig out the environmental documents that was prepared for this MX district, because the MX district allowed residential use, and the intent of the MX district was to allow both residential and manufacturing use at the same time. So the level of remediation would have to be to the level of use that as residential. So I think while I appreciate the comments that's been raised, I think we have to treat this slightly different from other just standalone M sites that is proposing to use, add in a residential use here. Here, a residential use is allowed, and if you go through the report, the density of the residential use was increased. And all along the report, it states that it was to allow both manufacturing and residential, and to bring in residential use in this area. So it was, so the remediation and everything was factored in to allow for residential use. So I think we need to be a little bit mindful of that in terms of what the goals and objectives of the MX was when we are reviewing this.
So I'm not sure I'm understanding that exactly.
And that goes to how the remediation, that goes to the level of remediation and the extent of the remediation is really what it's going to.
I think that usually the environmental designations state that you have to do phase 2 and, work plans and all of that. It doesn't say exactly, it won't tell you, for instance, the level of your track cleanup. It doesn't get into that. It just simply states that a potential hazard has been recognized, and they haven't done soil borings on any of the sites. What they do is they look at the historical use of the sites in the area and assign to them the hazmat E designation, stating that no project can be developed on the site unless it goes through phase 2 work plan, all of that analysis, which other sites wouldn't have to do because they're non-discretionary approvals. So what it does is it shifts an as-of-right project into a level of environmental review that's more akin to a discretionary approval. It's not like it says remove 15 feet of soil, because every site's going to be different within that area, depending on whatever the soil borings reveal, all that scientific study. So,
Right. I get that. I just kind of want to indicate that typically in manufacturing sites, we have often stated the level of remediation that is being asked of because the residential use is being located. And I think here the zoning specifically wants a mix of use of residential and manufacturing. So the level of remediation should be mindful of that.
Okay, so but just so you know that track 1 to track 4 are all permitted remediation for residential. There's this thing that's kind of bizarre that's called restricted residential, which is allowed under anything that has a remediation level of track 2 and less. So it just has to do with vapor barriers and different kinds of monitoring wells and things like that. Track 1 cleanup is hard to achieve.
Right.
And so track 1 cleanup, the which is really desirable, sometimes cannot be achieved because the source of the contamination is from off-site and other short, they'll install, for instance, basically a sheeting wall underground, which we saw on that one site on Commercial Street, I think, but it doesn't necessarily stop the flow of the contamination. So you've got to have those monitoring wells forever. So it means it doesn't qualify as a track 1 cleanup, never can. So it becomes that restricted residential use. So I don't really think that that any of the cleanup requirements would prohibit residential use. And my understanding is, that essentially, as long as you're doing the cleanup to meet whatever the minimum standards are, you can have residential, but you have to maintain those very expensive monitoring wells and all of that. And on that case in Amsterdam Avenue and 181st Street, where the developer went for track 1 cleanup because it was viable, we learned that it was more money to do track 2 or track 3 than it was in the long run than it was to do track 1, because monitoring wells and all of that had to be maintained in perpetuity, or let's say as long as there's still no contamination, which probably is perpetuity. So that's a much more expensive long-term commitment. So
Right.
Okay, I understood. Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown had her hand up next, even though it was an actual as opposed to a virtual hand.
Which one gets more attention, the actual or the virtual hand?
Well, I see it as this big yellow thing. So it's very easy for me to see, as opposed to a hand that's kind of not held up for the entire time they're waiting, like you did when you were in elementary school. So, okay. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just wanted to reiterate what I had said at the beginning of the financials, that without adjustments, a 4.9 cap rate works. And so bear in mind that with all of these suggestions that Commissioner Shetta has made as to how to reduce construction costs, that the cap rate for the as of right would be even approaching 5.5 most probably, and that's doable. And so therefore we should keep in mind that if they're reducing construction costs, this is a viable as of right project and they would not meet the B finding. And that's just with his adjustments to the construction costs. And without them, a 4.9, it'd be very hard for them to argue that that's not feasible for residential in New York City, where people are trading on cap rates of 2.
Okay, all right, important, thank you. And Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things I don't think we mentioned during our comments. Brownfield, I understand, gives some tax credits, and I'm not sure whether they consider that or not. The second thing I want to highlight here is the level of contaminants I have seen on this site from the borings. I do believe it compares well to many other sites that I did work on in similar subsurface conditions. When I say subsurface here, I'm not talking about just contaminants. I'm talking about the kind of soil material that's encountered subsurface. I did work on sites. I recall I worked on one site in Coney Island. It was mixed use, and the contaminants, I would say, were much dangerous and more intense and even deeper, probably because they were deeper. It was like the most optimum approach for the owner and the environmental consultant to consider treatment in place. And treatment in place means, like, imagine that you have a soil mass at 10 feet and it's contaminated with lead, let's say. If magically you can, like, somehow send somebody there and contain this soil mass in some sort of a container to make sure that it's not going anywhere and it's not radiating these kind of toxic things to, like, the surrounding soil mass, that would be optimal. And that's what is achieved by in-place treatment. Sometimes you mix them with some sort of chemicals or chemical agents. Sometimes you just go and dig, like I said, and remove them. And I believe for a site like this, with this level of contamination, you could easily cut the entire site to 5 feet, which you're gonna need to do either way to put the foundation system below frost. But I still strongly believe that digging a cellar like next door to a river is not a good idea. The excavation support system is gonna be a nightmare. The dewatering system for a site with this size is gonna, the size of this site will make the dewatering system running forever. So I'm not sure if it's a wise thing to consider building a cellar on a site like this. And it's up to them at the end of the day. But of course, when evaluating the variance, we need to look at the most efficient way to do the cost. And after that, it's up to them to approach, to adapt to whatever approach they want to adapt.
Okay, thank you. All right, any last comments? Because of course we can talk about more at the hearing. Okay, all right, thank you. Do people need a 10-minute break? We have 2 more cases to discuss.
You can
Yeah,
continue.
we're okay? Okay,
Yeah,
so let's
we're
go on
okay.
to the next.
Item number 28, 2021 8BZ 79-26, 214th Street, Queens.
Okay, just one second. Not sure. Okay. All right. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends approval. Floor area calculations were submitted on November 10th. When I do the math, and this is going to sound kind of nitpicky, but I kind of can't help myself. When I do the math based on the out-to-out dimensions of the existing structure of the first floor, I actually get 1,374 square feet, not 1,401 square feet. And for the garage, I get 206.8 square feet for a total before deductions of 1,580.8 square feet, which would be the same number for the second floor as proposed, where they're filling in that double height space to make a bedroom. So the total for both floors is 2,954.8 square feet, which is a 0.9% increase over the allowable of 2,650 square feet. So it's still permitted by the special permit, but they need to correct the math and make sure that the numbers are right. Also, although it's really not needed in the calculations, for whatever reason, their certificate of occupancy states that the deduction at the second floor is 357 square feet, not 362 square feet. So there's a disconnect between what the CO says and what the architect is showing on the drawings as being an open space to be filled in. But it doesn't really matter because in the long run, we're just taking the out-to-out dimensions and looking at that floor area. The other thing that doesn't matter because we're taking the out-to-out floor area on the open stairwell, they misunderstand what is allowed to be a deduction in floor area. The only place that you can deduct is where there is no floor below you. So that hole in the ground, the hole in the second floor is the only deductible. You can't deduct floor area for a staircase because each step is considered making up the floor area of the floor above. So that would be, it would be less, but it again doesn't matter for what they're coming to us for because we're looking at the out-to-out dimensions of both floors. And then there's a deduction for the garage that's permitted under the zoning. But other than that, I have no comments. It's a non-noticeable change to the building and it falls within the 10% that's permitted by this special permit. So Vice Chair Shanda.
I agree with you in terms of the ask. It's very much within the 10%. I think one of the elements of the finding is to the need to show that the building existed on December 15, 1961. In its statement, the applicant state that a CO was issued in 1949. It would be helpful if the applicant can provide that. That would go to meeting that finding of that the building existed at 1961, or provide a historic Sanborn map to establish it. Other than that, this is very reasonable.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree that this is reasonable, and I only have one question about the history. This building did have an alteration in 2017, so they just need to say what was done and whether or not floor area was added, because isn't it based on pre-61 floor area? So if any was added, it would take away from what they can add now.
I thought it's 10% of the allowable. Oh, it's 10%.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it
10% of the maximum. It is 10% of the maximum permitted floor area.
Oh, so it's regardless of whether or not they added. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind then.
Okay, so we don't need really the history except to say maybe that's relevant to the full understanding of the project. So give us the history, right? Okay, building. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the comments raised so far, and the only thing I have in the statement of facts, it described the zoning floor area as approved. I'm not sure whether it's approved and by who, but I believe what is meant is per the zoning resolution. So I'm not sure if this was previously approved or is it just the existing. That's all. So if it's just the existing, they need to just fix that probably it's a typo or so. But I don't have any further comments.
They may be referring to the alteration in the 1970s that was approved, maybe.
Okay.
It was 1970s, is that right? The alteration?
2017, I thought she said.
Oh, 17? Sorry,
Commissioner Otley Brown?
2017.
2017, sorry. Okay. Building alter, 2017. Okay, it's probably that they're referring to the 2017 approved area, but they should clarify that. Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I found the S to be reasonable. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Final item, item 29, 2021-36BZ, 2020-90A. This is 244 Gansevoort Boulevard, Staten Island.
Okay. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community board recommends denial, but doesn't state why. I don't know if our project manager was able to get any more information on that. Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
I did ask, but I have not received any response. I've asked at least twice.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Maybe the applicant can explain why the community board was opposed to this. We have 8 letters in opposition. Objections cite to increased neighborhood density, traffic and parking congestion, and dangerous street and pedestrian conditions, and loss of view at a dangerous intersection. I guess with the concept that the building would block the view, even though it's pulled back far from the street. So I didn't understand how that would block the view. This is both a variance and a GCL 35 application for building in the bed of street widening lines, and a 72-01G waiver to allow measuring of the required front yards along Westwood from the property line rather than from the street widening lines. Commissioners should be aware that the documents are in 2 separate folders. I think an email went out about that. One for the variance and one for the GCL 35, and you really do need to review both because it's for each. The house is proposed to be constructed more or less in the center right of Westwood Avenue, and if developed as proposed, would leave Westwood narrower than its present width at 27 feet to less than approximately 23 feet, since the proposal places the new 4-foot deep sidewalk against the property line. This is already a particularly narrow portion of Westwood. Furthermore, the city owns several of the lots on either side of Westwood that are within the widening areas and has paved them. So there isn't much left to do to complete the road widening. So we really need DOT. I don't know if, since I reviewed the application, DOT has submitted anything. Jello's hand went up, so let's find out.
So bad news yet again. I've reached out several times and I have not received the comments yet. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So we really need, as I said, DOT's input to go any further into this. The site plan, builder's pavement plan, and survey need to more specifically dimension the proposed remaining street bed, because for me, that's a really big issue. We really do need fire department on this as well, because it would be a reduction in the travel route of emergency vehicles. There is a note on the drawings that the house will be sprinklered, which would be a condition if we were able to approve this. The corner lot side yard study for the variance and the home size study don't show where the lots are that are listed in the charts, or a figure ground study to show which lots have the narrow side yards as here proposed. So we really need the visuals to support that. But the vacant corner lot study is very clear and complete. And this is the only double corner lot with only one side yard. We do have a deed search that establishes the lot has been under separate ownership since at least 1961. And then, of course, there's the finish material, which cannot be an exterior insulation finishing system as is shown, and cannot be vinyl siding as an alternate, because that's just as bad of a system. The finishing materials must contribute to the quality of the neighborhood. And those are my comments. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. Couple of comments for just general house cleaning. Regarding the street widths, at the subject side, the width of Westwood Avenue reduces from 27 feet to 26. The statement of fact states 30-foot width, and the site plan doesn't match with the statement of fact. So those need to be reconciled, and they should show a street width of Westwood. I definitely recommend, as I was looking at the vacant corner lot study area map, the Westwood from at least from Melba Street to Perry Avenue, and because that's where some city-owned sites and some city acquired site, the city-owned site is site C and E and F. And whereas site D, portion of it is privately owned, but it has been built upon, and the remaining portion is still under private ownership. And show the width of each one of the locations of the Westwood at these points.
Sorry, site D has been built upon with what? With a road?
Yeah, site D has been built upon with the road with a very small sliver that is still in private ownership, and that is owned by the abutting property owner. Whereas the site C, city owned, it has been built over. Site E owns a very small portion of the frontage. It doesn't own the entire. Site C is only a small portion of the Westwood frontage. It's not the entire frontage like site C is. Similarly, site F also has a small portion of the Westwood frontage, but not the entire. So when you don't have the continuity of the frontage, you end up having this ins and outs and ins and outs. So, and I would like, definitely, I think this is one of those cases where we need DOT and FDNY feedback to understand whether DOT has any future plans to acquire more sites, to widen it, which I think will be impossible because there is a building that is there that was recently purchased and refinanced. So I don't see that being so bought by city recently. And that is located at the corner of Mountain View Avenue and Westwood.
Okay.
And
I just want to interject on this because again, you spoke really fast and there were some words that were missing from the sentences. So I want to just say, they need to clarify on, they need to give us a map of Melba to Perry and showing the sites, the portions of the sites that are city-owned and have been improved with roadway and city-owned that could be improved with roadbed and that have not yet been improved. Because I didn't understand from what you said, which were ownership by whom. So it's city-owned sites or portions of a site that are city-owned. That needs to be clarified on the maps and mentioned on the maps, right?
Right.
Well, and, yeah.
So
Right.
like site E is city-owned and site F is city-owned, but this is privately owned and this was recently refinanced. Bless you.
Thank you, sorry.
So, and whereas site C is city-owned and site D has been built upon. So this portion of this Westwood has been widened.
Right, okay. Okay.
So it's really the issue of the vehicular movement coming from going southbound. I think that's the direction of traffic there.
Okay.
so it is important to get a feedback from DOT and FDNY on this. But in terms of the GCL ask and the request, it is an unusual site compared to all the other corner lots. And as of right, development is definitely not feasible on this. So I think in terms of what the applicant is proposing, it is definitely an improvement over what it has. If city is not proposing to acquire any of these sites and widen it, because it would provide continuation of the sidewalks along Gansevoort and Clement Place, and also provide a sidewalk along the Westwood Avenue, which currently it does not have. And furthermore, the building would be set back from that sidewalk by another, I think another altogether from the lot end from by 10 feet. So it is an improvement from what it has. But again, I think overall this is a reasonable ask. The proposal is reasonable. I just want to hear from DOT and FDNY.
Okay. Can you
Vice
move
Chair, can you move your
back
camera?
to you?
Sorry.
Oops, sorry.
Instead of
Yeah, I
you
didn't want to
looking at
interrupt you while you were talking.
I'm looking at my pet collection. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
So I just have a question as to the variance portion of the case and the minimal variance finding. They talk about how the building has a larger than average floor plate because they have to provide 3 parking spaces indoors because of the restrictions about the parking between the building frontage and the front lot line, which wouldn't allow for any outside parking. So my question is, why then does the home have to be 24 feet 6 inches wide when it could accommodate that parking in a narrower footprint? So I understand the average home width on the block is 26 feet, but I also wanted to know how many 1-families and 2-family homes are in the area, because by making this a 2-family home, you're requiring the 3 parking spots, which is making the home width a lot wider than it may need to be. So that's my question.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shaitan.
Thank you, Chair. My only comment was very similar to what Commissioner Brown just mentioned. The home width, the proposed is about 26 feet wide at the front or at the side. I'm not sure not on the Westwood, on the other street. And that's making the like the distance from the lot line to the house is just 2 feet. which I believe is kind of like pushing the limit. I believe 2 feet is very tiny. I'm not sure if they can live with something like larger than that. They owe us an explanation on why not, they cannot do that. Meaning increase the 2 feet, let's say to 5 feet or so. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are related to, I want to see if we can find some more information about what happened at the community board. Perhaps if we can, I know that the case manager did reach out to them twice. Hopefully, maybe we can reach out to them. Maybe the applicant can get us some information as to what happened there and why they unanimously went for a denial. And I also want to wait for the DOT and see what they say. Without DOT, I don't think we can really make any decisions at this point.
All right, thank you. All right, so I think it's 12:20.
This concludes the public review section, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Sorry, Tony. It's 12:20, so I think we should actually take our 30-minute break and then start, right? So then that means 10 to 1 then, right? 12:50 we return.
12:50,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, everybody, see you later. Thank you. Everyone could come back now, please. Okay. Yeah, I think we have everyone, so we can get started again.
Okay, this is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for November 16, 2021. The first item up is continued hearing on the zoning calendar, item number 25, 2019-66BZ, 15 Terrace View Avenue, Manhattan.
Okay, letting Mr. Goldstein in. Oh, I'm not a co-host. Could somebody make me a co-host? Thank you.
Is it only Jay?
I don't know yet. We'll find out.
How are you? Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein.
Hi.
I don't,
Are you here with someone else?
now I am being put in 1 second. Okay, there we are. I should have with me Barbara Cohen and the architect Charles Deal.
Oh, terrible reception.
You hear me now? Anything?
Nope. Now you're self-muted.
I hear him.
I don't have anything else open.
I hear him.
Marjorie.
Yeah, we can hear him.
I'm in the same spot as always. I haven't moved.
That was me. Okay. I see also Barbara Cohen came in.
Right, and Charles Deal should also be. He's my architect for the project. And Morris Bollet is our construction cost estimator. And Carmen Laroche Deal is also part of the architecture team.
When you're ready.
I don't know if they were let in. Do they need to be sworn in?
Everyone needs to be sworn in.
Charles Deal's there.
Yeah, Carmen.
Morris is there. So the last one is Carmen Laroche Deal.
She's there.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Everyone else, please respond yes.
Yes. Can you?
Barbara, I hear you. You're the parties. I don't hear them.
I don't.
Yes.
Don't. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'll begin because I hope that they don't really need to speak with the exception of maybe Barbara.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. We attended the review session and I appreciate the board's comments. Madam Chair, I just asked with regard to the seeker screening, if you could just provide a little more detail, or if the project manager can provide detail of what you're looking for, we're happy to provide it.
Okay, so the EAS, the seeker technical manual, which is available online. Who handled your environmental?
Hiram. So we screened out of traffic, but I understand this is something different.
No, this is different. So construction impacts is the section.
Okay.
And the normal, let's say the easy way you look at construction impacts is the project going to take longer than 2 years to construct? If yes, you need to do a screening. But there's another layer where if the project is located in a place that might be unusual and cause kind of unusual traffic impacts, it also goes through a screening.
Okay,
So,
we'll have traffic consultant look at it and we'll come up with.
no, it's not a traffic consultant. It's the construction development analysis that you need to, or
Right.
maybe Ella, you want to jump in because you.
So what I meant by that was, I apologize, we'll get from Hiram's team, they'll guide us in connection with the construction team
Yes.
to address this point.
Okay, and then the other part, Angela, just 1 second. And then the other point is the community board reasonably asked for some kind of a method for sort of like an operational plan or a
I
schedule.
assume that'll be part of this.
Yes, but I want to make sure it's part of this as opposed to
Right.
an excuse for why it's not being provided. We want you to provide it, okay?
Okay, we'll provide it.
Jella, go ahead. You're.
Hi. Yeah, it's, the guidelines are in chapter 22 of the secret technical manual, and it's a construction impact assessment. And the guidelines are right in that chapter, but I also just emailed you the chapter link, so.
Okay, thank you. Next, Madam Chair, with regard to the A findings, I'll flesh out per your comments.
Okay,
And with regards to the plans, so I believe, Madam Chair, you're correct, and the members of the board are correct, that at the last hearing, we were given an option, R5 without parking or R6 quality housing with parking. We opted to provide the parking, and as you mentioned, we're providing, instead of the 14 spaces, 16 spaces. But
instead of 12, instead of 12.
Instead of 12,
Or-
can't even get it right on the hearing, but we're gonna amend the plans to clean that up, to put a reference to R6 quality housing and the other comments that you mentioned during your review. With regard to the dormer and the floor area diagrams to show the deductions, we'll provide that as well so that we can ensure that we do comply with the R6 quality housing.
Okay, so the dormer is a different thing. That's not about deductions. The dormer
No,
rule.
there's two different things. The dormer is just to show that we comply with the dormer. We've provided those sketches in the past. And then a floor area diagram to show the deductions, to show that we comply with the R6.
Right. I'd also like, who's the architect? Charles Deal? Is that
That was
correct?
the deal.
I'd like the architects to take a look at not combining the dormer into one big sort of mass in the middle and see whether you can do something that's more sort of more observant of the idea that the dormer rule allows you to kind of modulate the rooftops so that you're not coming forward all at the same spot, more of a, like the crenellation that the dormer rule really was intended to encourage. So then it kind of downplays the intensity of the 5 stories.
I think he can look at that. I think from my perspective, that dormer is actually the 1-bedroom unit at the 5th floor. So I was going to speak about this later on, but removal or rearrangement of that, or removal of that from my perspective, is a loss of a floor, is a loss of one dwelling unit. So if he can rearrange the floor to retain it, that's a question for the architect.
No, but so the dormer rule is intended for you to allow space, but you
Right.
don't have to put it all in one place, right? It wasn't actually intended to be put all in one place like that. It was intended to create more variation in the facade and in the massing. And by pulling it together into one spot, you're bulking up the building as opposed to modulating the massing. And so, and to sort of Commissioner Sheta's point, we're looking at the minimum variance and we're looking at something that fits within the context of the neighborhood. So the architect's task is to accomplish as many things as possible.
Right.
And I would like that to be more modulated. I was surprised to find it being such a 5-story looking building because of use of the dormer rule like that. So
we can look and try and make it work. I just wanted, to that point, if I may, I don't know if I can share my screen. I just wanted to point one thing out that was not discussed at the review session. Just in terms of character of the neighborhood, I wanted to, so if you're able, I guess.
you can share, you can take it.
No, I know, just let me know that you're able to see the Google, this is the Google Earth view.
Yes.
Okay, that's the Google Earth view of our property. So Commissioner Sheta went up and down terrace view. I just wanted to point out that if you just go 180 degrees with your back towards our site and you look up, there's a 6-story, 70-foot tall tower 3 houses away. So it's not that our building is out of scale or matching the houses, the buildings down the block. This is, 80 feet away, not even. So I just wanted to point that out. And if you look at it from the aerial view, this building right here is 6 stories, 70 feet tall. Our building is right here.
Right here
So
where, sorry, we don't see.
The grassy area where I don't know how to, this grassy area right here is our site. You see it? Do you see where I'm pointing?
Yeah.
I don't see your pointer, but, oh, there you are. Okay.
That's our site. That's a 70-foot, 6-story building. So the massing of our building, even with that dormer, will not, I don't believe, impact the neighborhood because, as Vice Chair Shanda mentioned, there is a mishmash of building types in this neighborhood. And I believe when we were discussing this at the last hearing, these two buildings, which this one also is about 60 feet or 65 feet, were the two buildings that the chair and the commissioners all looked at, really, in addition to all the other ones, but these are the closest to look at for the density that we're going for.
And
Right.
these buildings are on a higher elevation than
They're
yours.
also, yeah, so we did our analysis. We've provided a couple of maps. So from the ground level, those buildings are 70 feet and 69 feet respectively. The closer one being 70, the further one being away being 69. When you look at it, taking into account sea level, because there is a substantial hill in this area, the closer building, our building would be 92 feet. The closer building is 126. The further building away, which is actually shorter, is 136 feet above sea level. So
And what about the
they'll be
building that
towering.
is at the corner of Broadway?
The corner of Broadway?
At the corner of Broadway and the terrace view, there are two apartment buildings on two sides. Those
That's
are also,
Marble Hill. I think you're asking about Marble Hill Avenue.
sorry, Marble Hill, yeah.
Those are 111 feet and 90 feet from sea level. And
From sea
60
level.
and 60 and 63 feet when from the ground level.
Yeah, Jay,
Yeah,
I totally got that. And I even looked at these buildings and I'm fine with your point, but my point is totally different. It's not the character. These two buildings are not getting a variance from the BSA, right?
right.
So what I'm talking about is not just character. What I'm talking about is your site. If it's approved the way you presented it, it's gonna be more privileged than other sites in the area that built way before you. And I don't think this is fair. So in order to grant what you're presenting right now, you have to prove it to us, or at least to me, that this is the minimum variance you need
Right.
to get to a viable situation, development-wise.
So that's fine. So the last point in my response to you was going to be that based on the financials we presented, we have a return of 0.7%. So any loss, yeah, we can explore what Madam Chair mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, but any loss would really be a loss to that 0.7%, bring us most likely to a negative return, because we'd be losing one full unit at that dormer.
Can I just get in there? I think
Sure.
you are misinterpreting your facts. Your delta is 0.7%. Your return is your cap rate that works, which is 6% return. So taking off an apartment, let's say, is not going to result in a negative return. It either will work with a 6% return, which is your cap rate, or you may have to adjust your return downwards by adjusting your cap rate downwards.
So it's a conversation for Barbara. That's why Barbara and you discuss, and I apologize.
And I just want to throw in, you're saying it's a bedroom, perhaps, not sure.
No,
As
not
opposed
a
to a
bedroom.
unit.
It's one unit.
Is it a whole unit or is it a
Yes.
reconfiguration of the units?
No,
Because
it's the whole unit.
well, wait a second. So you're being the architect right now, and I never like when the lawyer is the architect because there are two architects on the phone call. Okay, so I would like the architects to look at this and see how they can better modulate the massing.
Okay.
By the way, makes a better building. And I'm always going for a better building that contributes to the character and quality of the neighborhood. And that doubling of the dormer is the classic way of making for lack of a better word, sort of a dumb solution to a really nice zoning concept of dormers that make for very beautiful projects when they're used well. So please do that, okay?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, the architect has his hand up if you
Yes.
wanted him to. speak.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Mr. Deal?
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to address specifically the design intent behind the dormer because it was a very conscious decision on my part to locate the dormer as it is located. I will definitely explore the option as you've requested. However, I would like to point out that the decision to locate the dormer mass in the middle of the building was in deference to the shorter buildings immediately adjacent to the site, meaning I recognize that we have a 2 to 3 story single family home immediately adjacent to the property, not having anything on the other side. Locating the dormer mass in the middle of the mass of the building, as Vice Chair Chanda correctly pointed out earlier, was a design decision made in order to alleviate the mass of the building reading as a single large building, but it was also intended to step the height of the building down as the building is perceived from the street next to the shorter building that's immediately adjacent to it. But that being said, we can certainly explore the option that you requested.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So that I think that last point, all the cleanups that Madam Chair you mentioned on the plans, if we do have a redesign at the 5th floor, I'll put those into that redesign as well. That's the architect will let me know. I think the only outstanding question, there were 2. One, Vice Chair Shanda had a question regarding the FDNY for the clear paths. I think Chief Daly is on the line if he wants to speak to it. I know he sent an email to me and Jella during the review session. And the other question is for Commissioner Otley Brown, and I'll let her and Barbara discuss it with regards to the terraces.
Okay.
So Barbara's, I guess maybe we'll start with Barbara and end with the chief.
Okay.
Hi. So the answer to the rent comparables and the increase assigned to the 2-bedroom, 2-bath on the 5th floor that have the terraces. So the comps inform really the other 2-bedroom bath units that all have the comps had balconies and the ones in the plan as well. So that when you look at the 2 that have those terraces, those obviously are special and require an upward adjustment. And so the added 15% from the rent of the unit below is what generated the higher rent for that for those units that reflect that added terrace area. But I can certainly either put it in a letter or add another paragraph to be more clear about that.
So that increase is just the increase for going to open space, but not an increase for going to a higher floor?
There are increases. There's always increases as you go up the floors. Okay. And
So
then from the
portion?
last one, it's just a higher jump in order to reflect the specialness of those units.
All right, so you're basically making an educated guess about that because your comparables don't have that kind of size space, open space in them. So you're basically making an educated guess. Could you just put all that into words, basically?
That's fine. Can it be a separate letter, just a follow-up letter?
Yeah, it could be a separate letter. And then just want to state for the fact that just running your numbers on your proposed with one less 1-bedroom apartment, you're at a 5.3 cap rate instead of a 5.5 cap rate. Just so you know, that works. So the architect should address the issue. but I don't expect that you should be responding to how it would not be feasible if they got rid of that one-bedroom apartment on the 5th floor, because it's just not so. So I
The
just
only-
want to
Yeah, no, I
state
know-
that
I
we
know
don't
it's-
even need to go there. And if the chair agrees that we should just set the entire 5th floor back, I think it would work. That's what I'm saying.
As long as it doesn't impact those, either the terraces or those other units, and it's just a disappearance, then we can see how that plays out.
Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you. That's it with,
I think Chief Daly.
no, of course. But that's Ms. Cohen, you're finished with your,
That was it.
okay. So, yeah, so just to clarify with what the issue is on the rooftop. Everyone has to mute, please. Everybody mute, please. I'm muting you. Okay. So on the submission on November 5th, I guess, there are terraces at the, what floor is that?
5th floor and rooftop.
Yeah. 5th floor, that 2 of which are private rooftop terraces that are, whatever that is, 15 feet deep, basically out to out. And then on the roof, there's a mechanical roof. So independent of the public roof terrace, there's a mechanical roof, and that's the one that I'm actually a little more concerned about, because it shows it's not clear how much of that area would be occupied by mechanical equipment. And of course, this goes back into the issue of the dormer and so on. But it's not clear how much mechanical equipment would be up there. And that's the kind of thing where I'd imagine that it wouldn't be safe for a firefighter to climb up to the mechanical equipment and find a chiller on the roof or something like that. So as opposed to sort of the recreational portion of the roof, where maybe they just have sort of deck chairs, something like that. So that's kind of the question for Chief Daly, if you want to speak about that. You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Shonda for bringing up the issue regarding clearance for firefighters. To answer your question, during the review session, I had an opportunity to talk to a battalion chief here at headquarters, and he had looked at the plan. And they had no objection to get into the main roof and where you have the mechanical equipment area, because a 6-foot unobstructed path is provided up on that main roof, that the firefighters, once they're bucketed or laddered up to that floor, they'll be able to then determine if it's safe to go or not. The architect for this project did provide 2 areas along that frontage. No, I'm sorry, 4 areas along that the frontage there to the public roof terrace and the mechanical equipment that we can pick out entry point onto the roof. So we had no objection with the location of the mechanical equipment. Now, during the review session, Vice Chair Chanda asked about the private terraces. Well, the fire department is aware that this is for enjoyment of people, and they're going to have furniture up there. We know that it's going to be outdoor furniture, something that fire department can easily move. The only concern we would have is they place planters in front of the openings of the rooftop access areas. So that would only be our only concern, which is planters blocking the gates.
But how do you anything, right? How do you regulate people from putting planters on their private balconies, basically? So I guess my question is, because the 2 terraces that we're talking about are at the 5th floor, at the same level as the apartment doors, right? The apartment doors open onto those 2 terraces.
Yes.
Is that really how the fire department accesses, or does it go to the main roof above?
They would go to the main roof above first, and you work our way down.
Right.
The fifth floor would be a secondary access to the upper levels of that building. In addition, because we do have a rooftop inspection unit, this would fall under our annual and a 5-year inspection. And we have the administrative companies going out there, because we do have what we call a standard form of orders that we can issue violation orders to the building owners, that they are to remove the planters if they obstruct our access to the roof.
Wow. All right. So it looks like on the drawings, there's either 1 or 2 parapet openings, because from a design perspective, they made it symmetrical, so they provided 2.
Sorry to interrupt. The parapet openings were actually in response to FDNY. They asked for those parapet openings.
No, I understand, but there's 2 of them on each balcony as opposed to 1.
No, at the request of the fire department.
Fire department asked for 2 different. So this is the part I'm not understanding. So if you can't put planters there, yeah, I'm trying to, and by what distance? 6 feet back, you cannot have planters? You know, this is a thing. It's like, I have never heard of balconies being regulated as to planters. And so I'm trying to really understand how buildings deal with this, who have, many, many balconies on the buildings. People are putting planters on their balconies because that's what people do, in addition to the chairs. So how's this actually handled?
Well, if these buildings are less than 100 feet, we have jurisdiction where we can issue violation orders and criminal summons for working in that encroachment area.
I understand you have the authority to issue a violation. I'm looking at the practicality of what is it that the fire department expects building management to do in terms of all of these kinds of balconies? In this building, there are not a lot of balconies, but there are other buildings that have hundreds of balconies. What is it that the management is actually supposed to do to explain to tenants, unless it's, I don't know, a red zone that's painted on the balcony floor that says on it, no planters here. I mean, you know what I mean?
We do. We have great cooperation with building managers and building owners when it comes to fire department access. They've been very cooperative, and they do understand, the concerns that we have needing to get onto that roof and with our ladders from our ladder trucks. And we've had no issues with these balconies below 100 feet.
Okay, so it's both the setback terrace that you need access to and the main roof terrace.
Yeah, again, like I said before, the main roof is our primary point of entry into a building. And then the 5th floor in this case would be our secondary entry into the building.
Okay. So
Madam Chair?
yeah, just 1 second. Can you give us maybe some language that should be put on the drawings about what is allowed? I mean, because the architect is showing an entire 6-foot pathway along the balcony, along that rooftop terrace, the private one.
You're right.
If there's an area that can't be a specific area that can have, let's say planters, can you give us the specifics of that area, like mark it on the drawing and with what the note should say? Because otherwise we can't put it in our condition.
I'll consult with Jay and with Jella and an architect, and we can hatch out an area where, the fire department would be comfortable if this area is clear. While in the adjacent areas, away from the gate openings, they could put furniture or planters.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
There's a question for Chief Daly. 2 questions. One is, do you need 2 openings for each of the private roofs, or would 1 opening be enough?
They asked for 2.
As code, we require an opening every 12 feet.
Okay. Now,
they-
you had,
Yes, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay, if they in the future want to reduce the opening, they can file an application with the Bureau of Fire Prevention and request a variance. But at this time, they chose to comply with the Chapter 5 of the Fire Code, and they provided an opening every 12 feet.
Okay. My next question is, you stated that the first access is roof and then the secondary terraces. Can't a ladder be provided from the roof to these terraces on both sides?
I don't understand the question.
So maybe I'm not. So if you go to the roof first,
Right.
from the roof, could you not get a ladder down to the terrace that is on the 5th floor?
No, that would require us to carry a portable ladder up. And also, we would not want to have an engineer's ladder mounted on the exterior of the building to go from the roof down to the 5th floor. So we would first, again, position our ladder truck, the primary entry, the roof, and, in a building this size, we would have multiple units responding to a fire. In this case, we would probably have, as we'll explain, I'll explain in a later case, we're going to have 4 ladder trucks arriving at this building. So each ladder truck will be able to, 2 could go up to the main roof, and 2 can go to the 5th floor if the incident commander requires that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Goldstein.
I think that was all the questions. So we're going to review the 5th floor for the dormer. We'll amend the plans. If we amend the plans, either way, we'll include the chair's comments with regard to the plans. I'll update the hardships, and we'll have the construction team and the environmental team work together on the seeker analysis and the timing for the construction and staging for construction in response to your comments and the community board's comments.
Great. Okay, thank you. So let's go to the public.
Okay.
Okay, so the case that we're currently discussing is 2019-66 BZ, 15 Terrace Avenue, Manhattan. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 943-4114-7193, and the passcode, should you require it, is 209424. If you are in the Zoom room already, please press *9 to raise your Zoom hand. And if you're calling in, press *6 to unmute.
If you're in the Zoom room as a Zoom room participant, that you raise your Zoom hand, which is just a little button you push on your raise hand screen. So if there's anyone in the Zoom room right now, there are people and who would like to speak on this terrace view case, please raise your Zoom hand. In the meantime, how much time, Mr. Goldstein, to submit the response?
So I spoke to the environmental team and the construction team during the break to see how long they think. They're going to try and do counts to just document the street, the traffic, and the pedestrians this week before the break for Thanksgiving, New Year's, Christmas, New Year's. Assuming they get it done this week, we can respond in about 3 weeks' time with that information. I'll leave it to Charles Deal to tell me how long he needs for the plans. And then we'll adjust accordingly.
Okay.
Charles?
We'll comply with the reply to the traffic study. We can keep with that schedule.
So say 4 weeks to submit. Does that sound right?
Yes, that should work. Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
4 weeks. Okay. Okay, I don't see anyone in the Zoom room, either anyone new calling in or anyone raising their hand. So I'm noting 4 weeks to submit, and we'll let you know when the hearing date is. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. Next item, item number 26, 2019-173BZ, 18701 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
I'm stepping in for Eric's office unless Elise makes it in, but for now I'm
Okay,
stepping in.
great. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant on behalf of Eric Palatnik PC. We heard the review session. We're going to work with staff to update the plans and the EAS per the review session discussions and Madam Chair's discussion and reading of the conditions or the
Yeah,
back.
the conditions from DOT. Right.
Right.
Okay, so how much time? Oh, let's go to the public.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank
Elise,
you.
I already did it. You're good.
I know. Thank you.
Elise, how much time do you need?
Um,
Wait, no, I'm going to the
You gotta be
public. I
sworn
always
in.
talk
Public,
about
sorry.
that. No.
I'll text her. Hold on.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2019-173BZ, 18701 Hillside Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to call in on this case, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 943-4114-7193. And the passcode, should you require it, is 209424. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. And if you are calling in, it is *6 to unmute.
Well, if you're calling in, it's *9.
Sorry,
To
*9 and *6 to unmute.
Some year.
I'll never get it right.
In the meantime, I spoke to Elise and she needs about 1 week to turn it around.
Oh, she had to jump off again? Oh, okay.
I have no idea. She texted me I just asked her on text.
No, but she's still, maybe she's not here anymore.
I have no idea. It's fine.
There she is.
I'm here. I just didn't, he does such an amazing job. I didn't want to take it away from him.
Oh, I see. Okay. So 1 week to submit then. Okay. Is that right?
Yeah, because we already updated the plans. All we have to do is update the EAS.
Okay. All right, then. I don't see anybody having called in. So please mute yourself. Somebody's really noisy in the background. Thanks. So I don't see anybody having called in, therefore, and there's only we have DOT sign off. So that's the end of the seeker issue. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Sure. Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed.
Great.
On behalf of Elise, thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Okay.
New cases, item number 27. 2019-304BZ, 2019-305A, 180 East 132nd Street, the Bronx.
So I think this is Richard Lobel.
Yeah.
There's two Lobels called in. I don't know. And he'll have to let us know who's in his team.
Hi, Chair. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And if you have access to video, please turn on your video.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to go over the team members who are on the call.
Great.
Starting with just the order I see them. Maurice is on the call.
Full
Maurice?
names, please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Say your name, full names when you call people, okay?
Maurice Biret.
Okay, I don't see Fariba McCoy, the project architect.
Not called in yet.
Okay, she may be on with a, oh, there's Fariba, who's on the bottom.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I was on a
Excellent.
webinar.
thank you. Frank, do you see anyone else from the project team?
I don't know. Did you announce Kevin? Hi, Kevin. Kevin Williams.
Yeah, I think Kevin's already in.
Frank, you need to state your name because for one, you're not labeled properly, but state your name also because we need it for the record.
Hi, my name is Frank Noriega from Sheldon LaBelle.
And Marty Spitzer as well.
Yes, he's here.
Okay, good.
So is that everybody?
And me, Barbara
And
Cohen.
Barbara Cohen again.
It's all right. It's okay.
No, but
Sorry,
you're supposed to
Barbara.
state your name as opposed to saying me, okay, Miss Cohen?
I
We know
did,
but the public doesn't, and the record doesn't know who he is.
I did say my name after the me, but that's okay.
Oh, okay.
She did.
Okay.
All right, everybody's there? Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Yes,
We do.
yes.
Okay, go, Mr. LaBelle.
And before you start your presentation, could you just identify the people that we're less familiar with? We know who Kevin Williams is and Barbara Cohen, and of course, Frank Noriega, but
Sure.
who the other people are.
So Fariba McCoy is the project architect. Maurice and Barbara, of course, you're acquainted with from the first hearing and others. I think that, and Marty Spitzer, who's on the phone, is the representative of the ownership.
Sorry, Maurice is from where?
Maurice is doing the cost.
Consulting. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Richard LaBelle, Sheldon LaBelle PC, representing the application for 180 to 200 East 132nd Street. This application requests two areas of relief. The first, of course, being a GCL waiver due to a lack of frontage on a map street. And the second one being the requested use and bulk waivers, which will be discussed in detail in the application. I would note that from the executive session, which the applicant team had the benefit of listening to, that the chair described the property as an interesting, problematic site. The vice chair described it as a very complex site, which justified waivers and had hardship. And Commissioner Shabeta added that he found it to be unique. We understood from that discussion that the commissioners have seen something that we have seen here, which is that the conditions of this site have basically contributed to a site which remains very challenging to build, both in light of the GCL waiver as well as the other physical conditions of the site. So with regards to the history of the site, I note that the chair and vice chair specifically had a thorough discussion with regards to the prior rezonings of the site. Most recently, the 2005 Port Morris rezoning, which basically placed the site within an M15 R8A mixed-use district. The city planning report on this property, as well as other reporting that was provided at the time in 2005, demonstrated that the site from a use perspective was appropriate for residential use, particularly as this was previously a manufacturing site. One of the important notes with regards to that rezoning was that there was a 4,200 square foot portion on the easterly part of the site, which remained M31. So we can discuss this further, but it definitely appears, as was noted by the chair and vice chair, during the executive session that this was done in error and that this leaves us with an essentially unusable portion of the site. One of the conditions for which we are requesting relief. We note Commissioner Shabetta's discussion about whether or not that condition is able to contribute to a finding of uniqueness. And simply, we find that the fact that there is this 4,200 square foot portion, which is essentially unusable, does constitute a unique condition. And so we can kind of talk about that a little more and submit supplementally on that.
Before you go on with that, could you also discuss why a 7352, I believe that's the right number, special permit wouldn't address most of your concerns, given that you're not using the section that's in the sort of the rear yard section? And in light of our discussion also about 8-foot setbacks away from the property line to the, what would that be? The property line to the west, then you wouldn't even really be using the portion that's in the M district for residential use, because you'd be setting back. So if you include that analysis in there too, because I'm still confused about why that's not enough of a waiver with the GCL.
Understood, Chair. So specifically with regard to the special permit for which we've applied on other sites, I think that the board's authority in that regard extends to essentially allowing for an additional 25-foot linear portion to be included in the subject site. So yes. I think probably what we would do on that is, given that that was raised at the executive session, we're happy to respond more particularly in what the site would look like solely with special permit and GCL relief. We do note that the boundaries of the site extend beyond 25 feet of the M31 portion. So we would only be able to get a certain amount of lot area back given that. Yes. Having said that, as a matter of site design and of course, always requesting by law the minimum relief required, we're happy to look into that and to provide the board that supplemental.
Good.
The other portion, of course, with regards to the side yards and our opportunity to reconfigure and to provide an 8-foot side yard, I think that Fariba is happy to explain that. I believe that upon after our initial discussion regarding the waivers sought in the application, Fariba was going to go a little bit more into site design to present plans to the board and show in particular why an 8-foot side yard here would be challenging, as well as to compare the as of right and proposed development and discuss a little bit about why this site design was chosen.
Okay.
Okay.
You're going to do that now or later?
I think the only thing I would add is just to discuss the remaining conditions. The site itself is roughly 29,400 square feet. And of course, with the physical uniqueness of the site as alleged being that it's a 404-foot long site and 73 feet wide. Of course, as was noted in the executive session, the mere condition of being 73 feet wide does not constitute uniqueness. However, to find a lot of these dimensions, which provide some of the site challenges in terms of that development, does constitute uniqueness, and that's one of the things I think that an architectural discussion would benefit the chair and the commissioners in understanding that. In addition, I know that there were discussions about the mapping of the site by DCP. Of course, that's something that we've addressed in our papers and are happy to discuss further. But importantly, there was a discussion around placement near the bridge and soil remediation, these environmental type conditions, which contributed to uniqueness of the site as well as hardship costs. I know that Kevin is able to discuss to a limited extent some of the discussion as was raised by Commissioner Shetta. But I think, Chair, that in terms of site design and particularly getting into what we would provide to the board to make it clear that these are challenges and that some of the yards that were suggested by the board may not be possible, I think Fariba would be happy to enter into that conversation right now. There's been a lot of work done on site planning here, particularly the configuration, and we feel that the really what would amount to be fairly reasonable waivers which are requested, which would allow the site to go from a max height of 120 feet to about 150 feet, that particular waiver, not using any floor area that we would otherwise be would be unavailable to us, but the opportunity to raise the height somewhat allows for a more efficient building design and really goes into some of the hardship on the site and would allow us to proceed productively on the development. So with that, to these, I know the chair, we're subject to.
You just keep going and I'll take care of what I have to take care of. Okay?
Understood. So with that, as the chair suggested, I would ask that to the extent that we could have the project architect discuss some of those site configuration issues, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay. So
Madam
here
Chair,
Shonda has her hand up. Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a question because this is more for Mr. Lobel. I had asked this question, and that is when city planning did decide to rezone a portion of lot 62 and almost entirety of 180, at that point, did city planning consider a joint redevelopment, a joint development on the portion of 62 and 180? And that's why maybe they were not that concerned about any of the potential implications that might come. I'm just trying to understand it.
Sure. Actually,
I also, frankly speaking, I don't know to what extent these reports go into the depth of
Sure.
each site condition, but do you know of it?
I
Don't speculate.
I think probably what we'd like to do is to go back into those reports. I know the vice chair mentioned and specifically also the environmental reporting that was done at the time to get a real good handle on what was intended at the site. So we're happy to look into that and to provide that on resubmission.
Okay, so I think the real issue is what do they consider a soft site? And what did they project for development on the soft sites? I guess that's the issue. But there's no question in my mind that they made a mistake.
Right.
And I'm very shocked that they considered it out of scope because in fact, it was a whole point of scope. That must have been a really frustrating conversation with whoever you discussed this with.
Right. It was, and we've had several of these, having experienced several corrective rezonings in this last few years. I know that it has been frustrating, and one of the reasons we're before the board. I know, Chair, that Kevin Williams may have some insight into the soft site discussion.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, so and I happen to be Kevin Williams, Equity Environmental. Nice to see all the members of the board. So I'll forward Jella the Port Morris EAS. I'll sort of date myself. I actually worked on this a bit when it was with Urbatran Associates back in 2005. And there actually is mention of this site, which was defined a little bit differently in terms of the lots. But it actually particularly draws out this site in a section of the report on page 7. And if I may just read that, and then what I'd like to do is I'll pull up the projected sites. These documents are a little bit different than they are nowadays, but it'll give you a little bit of the context that they actually did specifically mention this location. So one lot located just east of the Willis Avenue Bridge and surrounded by the Harlem River Yards on 3 sides is comprised of the former New Haven Railroad Passenger Station and is now a vacant 3-story building. So that's no longer present. The lot is currently zoned to M31 or was, and in the past has been used as sleeping quarters for rail employees, children's furniture, manufacturing, and offices. The existing M31 zoning permits manufacturing uses with low performance standards, blah, blah, blah. Despite being adjacent to the Harlem River Yards, industrial uses have never occurred at this site. Maximum commercial and manufacturing FRS 2 and the parking requirements vary by use. The surrounding Harlem River Yards is designated for intermodal facility uses. And so basically the context there is it's never been used for manufacturing uses. And what I will define, I'll let Rich go on, and if I can pull up that's passed, whether it was considered as a potential or projected and what was considered in the environmental assessment, I can follow up rather than paging through the document.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious whether the assumption was it was combined with all of the other sites somehow or other, like assuming developers would just scoop up everything all together. Why they make that assumption, I'm not really sure, but anyway. Yeah, it's still, now you see it's even in scope because the EAS scoped it. Never mind. Okay, go ahead, continue.
So with that, we'd be happy to introduce Fariba Makui, who's a project architect who can discuss some of the design issues.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Fariba Makui, the architect of the project, and I was attending the webinar, so I know a couple of issues that came up, and I wanted to address some of them if I can. I am going to share my screen, if that's okay with everybody.
Of course.
Can people see my screen?
Yes.
No. Okay, good. Okay, so the as of right, we had 3 buildings, and as you all know, there's a requirement between buildings on the same zoning lot that required to have separate 3 separate buildings to have a distance between them, and that's why the first building is actually close to the property line on the bridge side. That's why we couldn't push it any further. And the reason we have 3 buildings rather than 2 large buildings, as you know, for quality housing, they really promote having smaller buildings because of the sense of security. And it's really important for, in our opinion, it's very important for this neighborhood to invite people to a more safe and secure building. And that's why, you know, the 3 buildings couldn't be combined as to one, and it becomes very inefficient with the long corridor. And as you mentioned before, the separation, the fire separation and all of that. And also the height of the building is limited. So we couldn't just have, you know, less buildings. As you know, we didn't use all the FAR. And I'm now going to go to...
Let's stay with the as of right for a while, okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's stay with the as of right. The first part of it is you have 72 feet between the 2 residential buildings. So the question is, where does the 72-foot number come from? And where does the 45-foot number come from? If all of them are residential, like why are you pushing them so far apart with the last 2 and not far apart with the other? Whereas if 45 is a permitted distance, I'm not sure it is, but if it's a permitted distance, so why is it shown as 45?
To be honest with you, it's been going on for so long, I forgot what the reason was. But the reason, the distance between the 2 buildings should be 60 feet. So if we were to actually make them equal distancing, we don't even have enough distance between the 2 buildings. So I'm just being very honest, I don't remember why we have 45 and 72, but it should have been 60 and 60.
So before you go on, the as of rights have to be actual as of right projects. So the as of right has to be changed to reflect what's allowed as of right on site. And then to
absolutely
that same comment that Commissioner Shanda talked about, the side yard, if there is a side yard provided at all, it must be 8 feet. So you're providing a side yard by pulling onto the MX district boundary line. You need to therefore create an 8-foot side yard. So that's not an as of right project, what you're showing there as to the side yard either.
Sure, we will definitely make the side yard to be 8 feet. You're absolutely right. But the point is that, you know, as is, we couldn't fit all the FAR. So you're right, we are going to correct some of these issues about the as of right. You're correct.
Not being able to use all your FAR, and I see Commissioner Otley Brown's hand up, so just one second. Not being able to use up all the FAR is not a hardship. Many projects cannot use their FAR for all kinds of reasons. They don't have enough open space. They're located in a historic district. They're burdened by an easement, something like that. So that's not a hardship. That's just the way it goes. And you have an enormous site, so you have a lot of FAR to play with, or a lot of floor area to play with. Now I'll go to Commissioner Otley Brown. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that you stated that your desire to keep it at 3 individual towers that are all spaced versus a larger building that may have internal separations but not external is a design desire on your part. When you talk about how you want to ensure the safety of the community because they want to be in smaller buildings, but it's not a zoning requirement or even a Department of Buildings requirement. This is just a like on your part. And so if you're going to do that, then it's hard for me to buy the proximity to the Willis Avenue Bridge in this case, or even the fact that you can't use all of your floor area because you're choosing a design type that's limiting you.
Okay, could I
Yeah, go
respond to both of them? Okay, so I may not have used the right terminology. As is, even with the proposed, we're not using all the FAR. But in terms of the project being feasible, this is kind of minimum that we could use. The other part of the argument that I was making with the safer building is that it's not a neighborhood that's a residential right now. Obviously, the zoning has changed to promote residential, but right now we have to invite people into to these buildings, and we are trying to create more inviting environment for people to live in. So those were some of the considerations that we have, and as I said, we are not using all the FAR as is because then the building would be taller, but we didn't want to go any taller than that. Is it okay if?
No, we're going to go slowly with this because this is very important to stay in the as of right, because that's where we're trying to determine whether or not there really is the beginning of a variance finding. Okay. Commissioner Shetta has his hand up, and so we're going to go slowly through the commissioner's questions and concerns, staying with the as of right. The proposed isn't relevant till we get past the as of right. Okay. Commissioner Shetta, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I want to mention, I want to say that I totally agree with Commissioner Brown. And if it's a design desire to make the building 3 scattered pieces the way it is, I wouldn't expect them to argue that building that way is going to cost them more than the traditional way of building one piece of a building, put some probably expansion joints, put some multi-core system, and instead of building 3 pieces, just build 1 piece. Because I did read through the statement of facts that because of the building is being configured the way it is, this is causing actually the construction cost to be higher than usual. So I want to say that this kind of argument shouldn't be there if this is a design desire. It's not forced by the zoning.
Yes, thank you. I completely agree with that, because obviously one of the arguments is you're having 3 cores, 3 mechanicals, 3 mechanical systems, 3 everything because of a design desire. And I see Commissioner Shanda's hand up, just 1 second. But I want to say that I, for one, as an example, we talked about a project in Rockaway, for example, that we all went to visit. And I forget what, it was probably a multiple dwelling law waiver or something like that. We went to visit. It's a classic, really, really long slab project, something very classic from the 60s, quite an interesting building. But there's a very, very long, and you'll have to excuse the pun, tradition of these really long slab projects all over New York City. And I grew up in one of them, Washington Square Village on Bleecker Street, which takes up almost 3 city blocks in length. And it had multiple cores. That's how it worked. And they're extremely good projects. Kips Bay Towers is a famously good project designed by I.M. Pei. There are many in Europe that are famous, some infamous because they're so long. There was one, I think, that was several thousand feet long. That one therefore became infamous, but we're not talking about thousands of feet. We're talking about, because of the rear yard requirement, you're talking about something in the 170-foot length. We have two projects that just came through the board for variances for low-income housing, and those were in the high 200-foot long distances with only a single elevator core, which I remember complaining about because I thought there weren't enough elevator cores. So here we might have two elevator cores. And to argue that, oh, that's such a long walk, because I hear that argument, it's such a long walk to get to the elevator core. This is a really long walk, what you've got already to get to the elevator core, both in the as of right and in the proposed. So the walk to the elevator core will be the same no matter which kind of a building typology you select. But I would want to see that the project doesn't work if you've got a slab project of whatever configuration you want to do, where you've got a 30-foot side yard that therefore creates all the real light and air for windows, and your car, and it's a single loaded corridor, and which does not require those to be forever windows. Unfortunately, it could be blank, but we would prefer it's not blank. But in other words, the concern that someone is going to build right up to your property line is real. This is a side lot line, and the new buildings that will be constructed will be built to their side lot lines. So you can't ignore that fact. And as I said, there's famous situations like that where 100 years ago, the developer said no one's ever going to be building on the rail yards. And lo and behold, someone built on the rail yards and blocked all of the windows, and all of the apartments became illegal except for where they had little courtyards to face onto and were very undesirable at that point. So the layout, for instance, right now is relying so much on kind of so little that I just think it's a bad design concept for a site like this to have three individual towers right up against the property line. And in addition to which, from a as of right perspective, I actually don't think the case is made, because I agree with the other two commissioners. This is an as of like, as opposed to an as of right proposal. So Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want a clarification. So since this is an R8A zoning, the zoning would require the building to be built to the street line, which would be that 75-foot frontage along Willis Avenue. This is a question for the architect.
Yes, that is one of the requirements. However, it's not a legal street, so that is, something that needs to be looked at. Can I answer some of the concerns? Okay. So the width of the site, which is, as you can see, the building is 67 foot, 65 feet, somewhere around there. That is what the efficient building dimension is. With the longer building, and as you mentioned, 30-foot side yard and having legal windows, it makes the building very inefficient in terms of having the same core, just just having one side apartments and serving one side. So in terms, when I say that it wasn't feasible, I'm also talking about the feasibility of the build of the project, because it's not just having just one side apartments is going to make this building efficient, with having all these corridors, such a long corridor going from one end to the other. So that it becomes really inefficient building. So that's one of the reasons why we have the windows, and we have three buildings facing each other, because the windows are actually becoming light and air, not just serving the corridor. So that was a big concentration. There was another point. Okay, you were talking about the bigger buildings, and I agree with you. There has been very successful buildings that are longer, and in terms of the function, not in terms of the feasibility of the project. But the reason that I understand from zoning, the quality housing is promoting to have less apartments, so, you know, the core serving less apartments than more apartments, because that's how people feel safer. And bringing light into the corridor is another reason that, you know, is making the quality housing buildings, you know, more inviting. In this case,
You don't have light in the corridors.
right. No, I'm saying that in this case, we couldn't really use the light because of the buildings facing each other and trying to create more light and air for the windows. We tried to actually make the building have less, you know, density per core, so it feels safer. So those were some of the considerations that we have. And again, you know, the project has to make sense financially as well. And one corridor going along the property, it just wasn't making an efficient building.
So I'm having a lot of trouble with this argument. But in addition to which, for a lot of reasons, which I'll explain, but in addition to which, again, it can't be a design like. It has to be something that the zoning demands. You know, it'd be one thing if the quality housing regulation said, and you're required to build quality housing here. It'd be one thing if it said, no corridors, let's say, no buildings longer than X, right? Those kinds of rules exist, but and it would have to say no buildings longer than X. There are rules that say no buildings with frontages longer than X, but that's regulating the street front. This is not a street front. This is a side yard. So there's actually, to my knowledge, zero regulations in the zoning that say no buildings longer in any dimension than X. And it'd be different again if the fire department, which is a whole other subject that has to be dealt with, if the fire department rule was no buildings longer than X for firefighting reasons, because let's just say they've had plenty of experience with all of those buildings that were built in the 50s and 60s and 70s that are those long tower blocks. But again, I'm looking, and I'm sorry, I can't share screen. Maybe Jella, you can pull up Van Sinderen or the other site where I'm looking at a 260-foot long double-loaded corridor, right?
Well, double-loaded.
No, let me finish my sentence.
Sorry.
It's a 260-foot long double-loaded corridor, and the entire dimension of the building is 55 feet out to out, right? So you would have a 45-foot out to out building, right? I think that's the right dimension. So the depth of your units would be, let's say your units would be much more generous because they have more frontage to expand onto. So these are just 1-bedroom units because it's for affordable housing, right? So, sorry, Jella, something you want to say?
You asked me to share my screen. I can't share the screen while someone else is sharing.
That's a good point. Ms. McCoy, can you, just so you can, just so everybody else can see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So I mean, the concept of basically a deep floor plate, where maybe you can even take advantage of it being more like a hybrid. So it's not completely a single loaded corridor, it's single corridor. And then it bends off to create sort of pockets of apartment typologies. So I'm using single loaded corridor because it's just a simple way of explaining it. But if you have multiple cores, which you have to do anyway, then you have an opportunity to have very unusual, more desirable apartment typologies, all with views of the river. What you're proposing currently is apartments with views of nothing good, except for a few. So this one is Van Sinderen, right? Yeah. There you go. You can go to an apartment floor. There. So this is 200, what did I say, 260 feet long, double loaded corridor. And this is being constructed right now. And I wasn't a big fan of the project being done like this because this is a street facing. So you're talking about street frontage that's 260 feet long. And I was very surprised that they only had one elevator core, but that's just the way it was accepted by HPD. And I'm seeing that by having a 45, this is 55 feet front to back. With 45 feet front to back, you could accomplish something much more interesting, it seems to me, than just a simple single loaded corridor. You could have kind of branches off of the corridor to give more variety and more variety to the shapes of your units. So rather than designing in the air and discounting this idea, you really do need to do that project to show us that the as of right doesn't work. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead. And then you can give the screen back to them, Jilla. Thank you.
So I just wanted to point out something that you actually just, let me just see if I can share the screen. So that's the issue. With the 30-foot side yard, we only have 35-foot building. And then
a 73-foot wide, 73 or 75-foot wide lot, no?
Well, we can't build on portion of it because of the zoning as of right? This is where the zoning changes.
No, you get to count that as your rear yard, as your side yard. So you count that area as your side yard and you're pushing your building up against the top of the screen, which I guess is east.
Right, but again, we have the core and the corridor, and that makes the buildings, the apartments, like shallow apartments and a long corridor. So, I'm not saying that, this is the best as of right. We can look at other things, but it's the most efficient one. And that's really one of the considerations that we have to have for a difficult project like this. But, again, I understand what you're saying, but it just doesn't work for this project.
No. So you can't tell us like that it doesn't work. You have to do the drawings and show us and persuade us that an as of right wouldn't work at all, because it has to not work. I'll give you a simple example of how a variance operates. We have, say, very common in many parts of the city. In fact, it's the typical 20 by 100-foot lots, very typical. And in certain zoning districts, you're not allowed to build on those lots unless you've got a 5-foot side yard on each side, or in some cases, an 8-foot side yard on each side, which leaves you with a 10-foot wide house. So those people come to us for a variance and we say, what's your hardship? And they say, I have a long, narrow lot. Their long, narrow lot would not be able to be built with anything that's viable. 10-foot wide, anything is useless, right? So that's where they're entitled to a variance of the side yard regulations. That's the closest equivalent that I can talk about. If they had shown us instead that they can build an 18-foot wide house because the side yard regulations are very limited, then we'd say, well, what do you need a variance for? There are other 18-foot wide houses there are other 18-foot wide houses. It's a viable house. So keeping that in mind, that's what you have to prove, the equivalent of the 10-foot wide house. Okay, not that it would be a prettier house if it were 20 feet wide.
Right. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
We can show you that.
Okay.
That,
So Vice
the
Chair
scheme.
Shonda, just a second, Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up, so go ahead.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the reason why as of right does not work. You're saying the 5-foot long corridor that would be provided along the lot line. Even if there were windows there, any development on the other side will block the light and air that could be built to the lot line, and therefore will no longer be a corridor with windows on it. And if you were to set that portion of the building back from the side lot, per regulation, you would have to maintain that to be an 8-foot wide side yard, and that would further reduce your building footprint. That's what I gathered from what you were saying. So, which was basically mean like you have an 8-foot wide corridor if you want to provide light and air to that long corridor, then a 5-foot long corridor, then whatever width you want to maintain of your apartments, and then the 30-foot on the south side, an entire side yard.
Sorry,
So,
why do you need a 5-foot plus an 8-foot?
well, the 5-foot is the corridor inside the apartment. And 8-foot, if you want to provide light and air into that corridor to make it more safe and usable and attractive rather than it being a solid wall, then even if you set the building back from the side lot line based on that zoning regulation of that section that I read out, it would have to be minimum 8-foot wide.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why is there a corridor inside the apartment? Apartments don't have corridors unless.
No, okay, so no. If you're looking at one linear corridor that would run the entire length of 400 foot, that would be on one side of the lot line, right? So let's say it would be along the northern portion of the lot line where the corridor would be laid out.
Yes.
And then the apartments would be facing the south side of that lot.
Correct.
With a 30-foot setback from the southern lot line.
Correct.
Now, the architect is saying that having that corridor on the north side was not feasible. I'll put that aside, but more, it would be a long, dark corridor without any light and air.
Why?
Because if it is built to the lot line, you cannot have any windows. Maybe temporarily you can, because the next building can be built to the lot line. Or you can set it back from that side lot line. And if you do set the building back by side lot line, then an as of right building would require that side lot line to be of 8-foot width per that regulation that I had mentioned, 123-63 or something like that.
So, Chair, Commissioners, obviously, we've got some great input here with regards to potential as of right designs. We understand the burden on the applicant to demonstrate that the as of right isn't feasible. I think that FREBA understands the goals of the board in this inquiry, and to that extent, taking into consideration the chair and the vice chair's comments, we're happy to return with that design as well as with the financial feasibility of that design.
Right. Okay, good. Great. Thank you. All
Thank
right. Do you want to talk more about the proposed? Because we obviously have a big fire department issue with the proposed.
Okay, so the proposed, the reason the shape of the building is plus shape is because, again, it allows us to have more windows for the apartments, and the apartments become a lot more efficient in terms of the sizes. If you look at, some of these studio apartments and the 1-bedroom apartments, they're actually very efficient apartments in terms of that's why we have the shape of the building as a plus that gives us a lot more light into the apartments. So that was, and then the distance between the buildings, we are keeping it as 80 feet, which is, a lot more inviting in terms of having the neighbors looking at, each other's apartments. So this is why the shape of the building is the way it is right now. There were other things that, Richard, if you can bring,
Yeah, can you
remind me of some of the.
show us the, I can't remember which way is north-south, what I'm calling.
North is here.
North is, oh, okay, it really is at the top. Okay, so can you just show us the southern elevation, sort of southern elevation?
Southern elevation is here.
There you go. So your southern elevation shows many, many, many windows. And even though those are being shown as lot line windows, you're showing many, many windows. The assumption has to be that most of those windows will be blocked by a future building, because if I owned the building, the site next door, I would build right up to my side lot line, because why shouldn't I? Right? Maybe I'm building a manufacturing building and I want to take advantage of somehow or other of all the floor plate or the river views or whatever it is. Even if it was a residential building, I could build a residential building, single loaded corridor on my own site with no windows. So I would be blocking all of your windows. So this is the issue that I have about you not pulling the building back by some distance from the property line, and 8 feet's the rule about side yards.
That's valid point. The windows, but we don't have many windows, because as we know, we are only allowed to have 10% opening on the lot line. And only the areas that you see as blue, as I'm pointing right now, those are the windows. The other ones are solid panels, and these are spandrel glass, so they're not really windows. The only windows that we have are the light blue, as you see here.
But the people who, this is a rental building or a co-op building, we don't know. Anyway, the people who take ownership or tenancy of these units will assume that they have use of those windows, right? For forever views of the river. And so, they're relying on that because those so-called offices are going to be used as bedrooms. And they just are, right?
Well, it will definitely be disclosed, and it will be disclosed that these windows can be closed. That's the way it is for all the lot line windows in the city. So these are lot line windows.
But is this a co-op or is this a rental building? It's only disclosed if it's an offering plan. It's not disclosed to a tenant who's renting.
Well, it has to be disclosed to the renters as well. That there is a possibility. Yes.
I think that I always talk about that as that's adorable. when a tenant who doesn't know anything about the rules comes in to rent an apartment, no one discloses anything to the tenant. Like, for instance, if you were to go and look on apartment searches and you see what they describe as 2-bedroom apartments, and then you see that the living room has 0 windows in it, they are marketing those apartments as 2-bedroom apartments with an illegal living room. So what disclosure? Anyway, just saying.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, legally,
I just think
everybody's required.
I think this is not a good design approach for a building to assume like that's, in other words, to have to write in an offering plan, your windows may be blocked up. This is a variance application. It's one thing if this is as of right and the developer wants to hand that risk over to the future ownership, tenancy, whatever. But as a variance, we can't hand that over to the public. So we have an obligation to the public. And so
just one note, Chair, for the record, is that there was a discussion of whether or not we would be bordered by a residential building. The property immediately to the south is zoned M31, so it would only be an M31 building.
No, it's worse. If it was a residential building, you'd be more likely to have someone pulling away from their side lot line to.
No, I understand. I just thought I heard a comment that there'd be potential residential building to the side.
Right, well, but we also don't know about the rezoning that happens in the future. We never know, right? But let's just say you're getting a commercial building with a piece of property that has an enormous amount of floor area attached to it. And so that's going to block many, many floor levels of windows, not to mention your lovely frontage there of your lobby and all of that sort of stuff.
Well, the lobby is set back. Actually, if you look at
Right,
the plans.
I forgot, yeah.
Right, it's set back.
So your lobby currently is set back, but the fire department has a big problem with this fire lane thing, so I don't know what the lobby is gonna look like. The fire department isn't okay at all with this fire lane, so I don't know what's going to happen to your cores, to your anything, based on their comments. This is a big, very big issue that could completely change your project because of the core locations, right? So, I mean, you probably will end up having to put the lobby on the next floor and just have elevators drop down. That's my guess based on their comments.
Okay, we can definitely address that as we go along. Richard,
Madam
is
Chair, I
there?
have a question for the architect.
Sorry. Go ahead. You're muted.
As a
Oops, sorry. You're muted again. I did that by mistake. I wanted to lower your hand. Sorry.
Am I unmuted now?
You're good. Yeah.
Okay. So as I was looking at the as of right and the proposed plan and some of the comments that the commissioners have raised, what if you were to have like a corridor that is running the length of the entire site in the middle with 2 elevator cores and with the apartments? I can draw it up, but I cannot say it. And where like from 2 cores you get access to apartments on the towers, and so that way, and all the apartments will face into these courtyards, and you have enough space for that. And if bathrooms and toilets could be facing the lot lines, and that way if the windows get blocked, that's okay. At least they're getting the lights for the time being, but the rest of the units are all facing the courtyards. And you do away with the corridor in the middle. You try to maximize that with apartments opening onto the courtyard that's leading onto a longer courtyard that is outside. It's like you have a long courtyard that is outside, open on both sides with the staircase and the elevator. And then you have the rest of the floor to put your apartments with minimum footprint of a corridor in the tower.
That typology actually exists in Europe. And now that you're mentioning, we used to call them sort of like snap bead projects, where you had the necklace of the circulation system, most of which was outside. So actually it's not an interior space. It doesn't count as floor area. And attached to the necklace were the masses of units. So where very little interior circulation, that's common. In fact, none.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You're suggesting that we have like a bridge, open bridge in between these 2 buildings?
Yeah.
And then people come in and they have to walk through the open space to get to other building?
What she's suggesting is that what you're doing is you're putting the stuff that doesn't need windows in the wrong place. You're ending up putting your bedrooms in the place that can't have windows. And what should be on those side lot lines is the stuff that doesn't need windows: kitchens, baths, and circulation systems. And what you're doing now is you're forcing all the bedrooms to be up against, because it's obvious those things are going to be bedrooms. You're forcing the bedrooms up against the side lot lines. And this is the problem I'm having with this design, that you're creating these illegal conditions for all of these people, and as opposed to not having any of an issue. If your kitchen doesn't have a window in it, so be it, you have mechanical ventilation. So it really is it's completely revamping the concept of the project based on exterior circulation systems and moving all of the core facilities, interior cores to the edges of your side lot lines. I think it's an interesting concept. I'm sure I've seen these projects when we study, in Richard Plunz's housing book, probably those projects in his books.
Yeah. So we can look at different options. I just want to point out one thing, that there are only these two offices that have windows that could be, they're lot line windows. All the other apartments and rooms have legal windows facing the courtyard right now.
You have
And
4 on each floor and 2 towers all the way up.
correct, these two, correct. That
The
is
ones
correct.
on the top and the ones on the top on the north side.
Right. Yeah, that's
You
what
have
I'm saying.
4 out
Yes.
of how many units do you have? You have 8 units per floor or something?
Mhm.
Yes,
Half
half and
of
half.
them
It's half and half.
have that.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a lot. I agree with Madam Chair. I agree with you. I think 4 unit, which is 50% of the units, and these are the largest units on the floor. If it was just 1 and 2 here and there, maybe we could kind of say, okay, you design it different. But 4, it's no, and that to 2 on both towers like that, it really needs to be relooked at. I don't think the board should encourage this kind of layout and facilitate something that would not be correct.
We can certainly look at other options. One of the thoughts that we had was to create actually like a courtyard in the middle here for both sides. So they have 8 foot, more than 8 feet actually, they will have windows. I mean, right now I'm in my office and most of the people are working from home. So it's becoming more of the norm than, it used to be. But I hear what you're saying, and we'll take a look at, different options for sure. No problem.
So just to remind you where the people are who are working from home, where in their home, they're sitting in a bedroom. If they have more than another person who's in the house with them, they're sitting in a bedroom. The bedroom has windows because it's a bedroom. So normally, let's just say, because you've got a 2-bedroom apartment there, one of those bedrooms will, maybe it's the room with terrible windows, will become the kids' bedroom. That's the room that will become the office when the kid's at school. So you're talking about a dark room for a kid and a dark room for the office. So to play out what it would feel like to actually live in these places, yeah, not good. Not good in the 21st century, right?
I hear what you're saying, and we'll see how we can resolve that issue next time for sure. No problem.
Okay. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at the fire department issues, but obviously that's going to shape the project very much. And I really would encourage you to, in case you haven't done this already, to look at the typologies that exist for unusually shaped sites, which aren't necessarily ones that have, a very narrow, let's say a narrow frontage compared to depth, but are just simply long rectangles. Because I think that the building typologies that exist on the planet could make it a better project, and that could solve a lot of the issues we even see in your proposed, assuming that the board is able to get to what we call the A finding, that you've got a unique condition that poses a hardship, which is about the 10-foot wide house question that we were talking about. Okay.
Okay.
And if you don't know Richard Plunz's book on housing, it's fascinating.
No, I do actually. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I've been around for a long time.
No, I don't know, but maybe you missed Richard Plunz. I don't know. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Richard, was there anything else that you wanted me to
I
add?
think the remainder of the discussion with regards to architectural matter, I think we covered most of it, and many of the chair and vice chair's points, particularly raised at the executive session, you can assume that we're going to be folding those into our supplemental submission.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Do you want to have Mr. Williams speak to environmental issues or anything like that? No. Okay.
That would be, we'd be happy to have Kevin address the environmental issue.
Okay.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Basically, what I wanted to do is just in a limited way, because I'm not an engineer, but given our firm did not prepare the remedial investigation and the DEC remedial action plan, but I wanted to just have a quick discussion with Commissioner Shetta, and of course we'll come back with more detail and make sure that the remedial engineer will be present. I think actually maybe one quick item, Chair, related to the Port Morris rezoning. It's very interesting. They basically contemplated that the building that existed at that time in 2004, 2005 be repurposed as a commercial building of 27,000 square feet. So that's, I sent the EA to Jella. So they, kind of, they didn't go very far with rationale why, but basically because it's an island, I think that was the consideration. And so in terms of the Commissioner Shetta, you had mentioned, and I'm sorry, I did not catch all of your comment, but one of the comments was related to, you didn't understand why the cubic yards of material would have to be removed, and that only a 5-foot depth of excavation would be required. And I wanted to just discuss a little bit about that context, and of course we'll come back with somebody a little bit more information. This is track 1 cleanup for unrestricted use, which is the most clean, and literally the guidance from the state indicates the site must be left pristine. And that what that means is the entire soil matrix associated with foundations and whatever soil removal is done has to be done per track 1 objectives. In addition, the matrix of sampling that was done indicates VOC and SOC contamination ranging all the way from ground level down to 15 feet. And so as is proposed in the decision document, it indicates that we have depths, basically running down to 15 feet at the elevator shaft locations. And then basically the slab is around 10 feet. And so all of that soil has to be removed and characterized, and where contaminated and where there are VOCs, those have to go, to obviously higher level facilities, typical urban fill to different levels. So that's why they recommended and why DEC approved the soil removal amount. Now, the question of whether or not the estimate of the cubic yards is correct, I think is something that we'll have to evaluate. Commissioner, you're muted.
Yep, thank you. This is not what I'm talking about. That 14,000 cubic yard, roughly more or less, is the amount of excavation needed for the site to excavate the entire site to 15 feet plus or minus below grades. My point is not what you just talked about. I have like several points. I start with the easiest. Let's say this site is crystal clear, no contamination. Digging down to 15 feet would require excavation support. Do you agree?
Yeah. I mean, we have groundwater at about 8 feet, so.
It would require excavation support plus the wood.
Yes.
No matter what. So if this is the case, it's not fair to put the excavation support cost in the remediation cost.
Understood. Yeah.
So take that, whatever item that pertains to general construction, take it, move it to the general construction, e.g. excavation support.
Yeah, Commissioner Seta, we've been through this rodeo. So
Exactly.
I'm
Yes.
absolutely, so I wasn't involved in the preparation of this, so that's my mea culpa. And I completely understand that not to duplicate the, costs associated with the clean site, 100% understand.
Thank you. That second point, and right now I'm talking big picture. I'm not going into any details. If you look at the exceedance map, I do have in the submission 3 exceedance maps. One of them is for the soil chemistry, one of them is for groundwater, and one of them is for soil vapor.
Right.
When I look at that, the major one, of course, is the soil chemistry. When I looked at this one, they did, I don't recall how many borings, but let's say 20 borings were done. When you look at the borings, and I did share the, if you want me to share the plan, I could do that.
I have it in front of me as well.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah.
When you look at the tables, these tables here, when I did, I noticed that the majority of the exceedances, even for the track, whatever, that the most like luxurious one they elected to go with, the majority of the exceedances are between grade and 5 feet. Just these highlighted in red borings do have exceedance below 5 feet. And by saying exceedance, I'm not talking about the same contaminants. I'm even talking about different, meaning that if you look at SB5 here and SB7 here, they do have exceedance, but it's not the same contaminant. It's not lead and lead. If it's lead and lead, I would connect the dots and say that we have a layer that's totally contaminated with lead. But this wasn't the case. You have probably lead here. Over there, you have mercury. Here it's 5 feet. There it's 2 feet. So my point is, in the remedial cost estimate, what they did is they said, okay, dig down to 15 feet. Entire soil excavation is contaminated. We need to dig this, dispose it, and the cost for that is that much. And that much is based on fully contaminated site everywhere at every depth from grade to 15 feet. Is this the case?
Commissioner,
No.
Understood. I'm with you. And part of this is, well, again, this is more of a nuanced question, and I completely understand. Rather than an entire site with certain track of contaminants that require heightened level removal, it's potentially overstating the amount of disposal costs related to these contaminated materials because only certain ones are at certain depths. So we'll try to do more fine tune with the understanding that these are all discrete sampling points, and until you get you get to the stage where you're actually doing waste characterization as the dump trucks come out of the site, you only have some general information. So we'll try to posit some clear delineation and expectations for the amount of contaminants to the depths as they're indicated to the best of our ability, so that we don't overestimate the entire depth, as you indicated, to 15 feet. Represents the type of contamination that is present only at certain points. Understood.
My anticipation, if we're talking about, let's say, 10,000 cubic yard over the entire site, in most of the sites that I did work on, and like I said, I did work on sites that have much more contaminants and more dangerous contaminants than this, and they treated them even in place. I'm not sure why in this case it's not possible to treat in place and just avoid excavation.
Soil vapor. Listen, this went through state DEC, tract 1 removal. If you want to do, so if you do tract 2 through 4, which allow less sensitive uses, you can, try to contain them. But the fact is, you still have to characterize the soil. And, in terms of lead deposits and mercury deposits, you actually have to go back in, and where those hot spots are at, you have to delineate them even more broadly if you want to do targeted remediation. And so this is the plan that's been worked out with DEC. I hear what you're saying, but the question is, if it was a commercial building and it went through state brownfield program, there might be a different tract of cleanup and different ways to prevent soil vapor intrusion. And so this is pretty standard remedy to, you have to excavate, you have to put in, and I can read the guidance for you. The site has to be pristine. So the entire site has to be replaced with clean fill. A vapor barrier has to be, it's a 20 mil vapor barrier, and everything, and everything under that vapor barrier underneath the foundation has to be clean fill. So up to the point of excavation that was done.
I have a question about that. If the proposed has a 15-foot deep cellar because there are stackers in the cellar, and the excavation for this track 1 is 15 feet, then what clean fill is being put back?
Basically the entire area of soil excavated from the site, referred to as a soil matrix, has to be replaced with clean fill.
But what do you mean? You're going to excavate it to 15 feet to allow for a cellar, or you just excavated it for 15 feet, so you're done. There isn't any clean fill.
Yeah.
That part I don't get.
You're right, Chair. Yeah. Yeah, you're digging down to 15 feet. You're taking whatever contaminated material and disposing this off, and whatever clean material, you're going to dispose it to somewhere else. But you're putting a cellar all the way down to 15 feet. Of course, deducting the thicknesses for the footings, there is no any clean fill that need to be placed.
There will, because you of course have to go deeper than the slab on that. And so the point being, for all three of us having this discussion, obviously the nuance of this needs to be calculated. But I would tell you, to put the cellar in, you have to remove soil, right? So yes, clean fill doesn't have to be put in that, but the soil that is removed from the site to put in the cellar and the foundations and the footings and the elevator pits, all of that has to have clean fill put back in. So the major cost here is not the clean fill.
Why?
It's the removal and transport.
I don't get it.
What don't you get?
I'm missing the part about the clean fill. If you remove where you're going to, and you're going to remove a little more for the elevator pits and footings and so on, you're removing those.
There's a composite cover profile that's in the remedial action plan. And as I said, I'm not an engineer, but that's at least 3 feet deep, right? So, and the point being, and I'm just generically stating to you the requirements.
Right.
Okay, so if there isn't a lot of clean fill, and I don't know what the calculations are because we're just doing the environmental report on this. I'm not involved in the estimate. So we don't know how much clean fill is estimated. I don't know what the volume of contaminated soil was analyzed to be removed, but I get the message loud and clear. Both of those things will be clearly defined on the remedial cost estimate. And as we annotate it in the cost estimate to document the hardship, we will make sure that we're not doing double counting.
Okay, I appreciate that. For me, it's a lot of understanding how it's done. If they tell you in the track 1 that they've determined, just for argument's sake, that to not even use this site, they determine in a track 1 that you need to excavate to 10 feet in order to get a clean track 1.
Right.
Does that mean you need to excavate to 13 feet to put 3 feet of soil back? Because I need my 10 feet for my cellar.
Right. Right. Yeah. So there is the composite cover portion of it, which is where your vapor overlays. Like that, it's something like 3 feet, but we'll have to document that. So where you have a void, place how much extra is required is something that we'll have to document.
Okay. Then I have another question before Commissioner Shettam goes on to the next thing. The question that I was asking before in the statement of facts, I guess, or maybe it was in the environmental, there was a statement that the endeavor is for a track one, and you're hoping to achieve that, but just in case you don't, then you'll go to whatever track it is. And I was trying to understand, because I do understand that a track one requires a pristine site, and that it's pretty rare that you get to the level of a track one. What are the issues that are anticipated that might cause that caveat to be added to the document that says maybe we won't get there, in which case we'll have to do something different?
It has to, so again, this is not something that I'm perfectly fluent with, but it has to do, you can only have a few years of institutional controls, such as like an SSDS that's active. So the idea is it needs to be able to stay clean passively, and there are air monitoring and that sort of thing post-construction to sort of document that. As far as what do you snap back to if the track one requirements aren't met, and then how do you reconcile that with the unrestricted use components that allow for a residential building? I'm not 100% sure. It's possible, because I didn't see any specific language out, you know, in the signed off DEC decision document about an alternative track for that. But that's something that the remedial engineer, I'll make sure that he's able to address.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go
Hey,
ahead.
Kevin, I guess what I'm getting from you is we're kind of talking about over excavation here.
Yeah, understood.
And let me clarify to the chair when backfill is needed and when it's not. Let's say we're talking about a site that needs to dig to 10 feet, and you do the environmental testing and you encounter some contaminants at 12 or deeper. What you're gonna need to do is, at that very specific location, you're gonna need to dig to the contaminant, remove it, and then backfill to the excavation level that you need,
right?
And then put your structure.
Right.
But this is not the case here, and I'm gonna tell you why. If you look at my screen, you see, let's take a look at this boring here. Contaminants are at 1 foot. Here, the deepest is 11 feet. Here, the deepest is 7.5 foot. That if you go over all these borings, the deepest contaminant I was able to see is here, and it's 14.5 foot. That means that if you dig the entire site to 15 and you want to put your structure there, you do not need to do any over excavation, and hence you don't need to put any backfill or clean fill to cover for over excavation. This is one point. The second point,
I do understand this.
The second point is, like I said, if you look at these results, the exceedances, all the highlighted here, the contaminants are just between 0 and less than 5 feet. That only the non-highlighted ones, and they are very limited, these have contaminants between 5 and 14.5, not even 15. So my point is, you cannot just simply come and say, okay, everything from grade to 15 feet deep is going to be excavated, and I'm going to assume that all the excavation is environmental excavation. My response to that, no. And based on that, if you look at the highlighted versus the non-highlighted here, I do from 0 to 5, I'm fine with it. You can assume that probably 50% of the excavation for the global site is impacted. But from 5 to 15, I wouldn't anticipate more than 10%. Why? Based on that, look at the yellow colors versus the white colors. Very rare spots, probably 4 or 5 spots, and even very localized, because the contaminants are not matching between different locations. So indicating that this is not a continuous contaminant, it just discrete locations. So if you're gonna like reevaluate the quantities, we don't want to see more than 10, maximum 15% classified excavation between 5 feet and bottom of final excavation. From 0 to 5, you could make it 50%. I'm helping you because I know that there is uncertainty at the end, there is contingency at the end, but I do not anticipate that you take 50% from 0 to 5, and then after you evaluate the cost, I'm surprised by 30% contingency because we're not certain about that the estimate. It can be double dipping, like you said.
Right.
I think all the comments are very reasonable, Commissioner, and we'll take that to heart. And if we do exceed by even 1% over that, we will give a clear rationale why that is. So I don't disagree with anything that you stated. I think it was handled just in a generalized way, and we'll have the guys go back and sharpen their pencils. And this is one that I'm happy to say, you know, that we're not doing the remedial work. So no worries, Commissioner. I think your comments are very well taken and incisive, and I agree it should be more targeted.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on this? Should we go to the public? Is there anything else, Mr. Lobel, you wanted to cover?
Chair, I note that Barbara Cohen's on the phone. I also note from our pre-call over the executive session comments that obviously to Commissioner Otley Brown's comments, much of the information will change necessarily based upon the comments received from the board with regards to site design. So we noted the specific comments as far as comparables and cap rates. I would defer to Barbara if she'd like to raise any of that or discuss it with any questions or to clarify the record. Barbara?
No, oops, here we go. No, it's all pretty clear. And again, if as things change, it will all follow suit. So.
Okay.
Do we have the cost estimator here?
Yes. Mr. Viole.
Okay, what is the rock anchors in the cost estimate?
Maurice, are you able to unmute and address this? I haven't seen Maurice on screen for a little bit, so.
There he is, there he is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was driving, I'm sorry. We will get back to you with that, I'm not sure, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't need to, but I just wanted to like understand how it's done. This is the direction here. For the cost estimate, please use Marshall and Swift for the building, and then get the construction cost per square foot, and it should be reasonable. And then add to that the cost for the remediation. So the total construction cost should be that footprint, the total footprint of the site times the price per square foot, plus whatever remediation cost that we're gonna approve, add these up and plug this into the financials. We don't need a detailed construction cost estimate like that because I don't have like a month to look at it. And with kind of like invented items like the rock anchors, I don't think I can keep up with that. And it's not needed.
Okay, understood. Mr. Viole?
Understood, we'll get back to you exactly with the rock anchor. But I would like you just to mention like the total cost per square feet is quite low, and I'm sure with Marshall and Swiss we will be quite the same on this project.
The cost per square foot is quite low. Do you know how low is that?
Maybe Barbara, can you tell me what is the number exactly?
You just said it's low, so I'm not sure where from you got that.
Well, I mean, you can look at the pro forma. I'm just getting to it now. The other thing about those anchors and some of the line items, they do reference a drawing. I will say that. As far as the hard costs per square foot for the entire building was $330 for the as of right and $305 per square foot for base construction costs. And we always add the environmental remediation as an add-on, as a separate item. So it's never included in the base construction costs. I'm looking at the report.
Can you please, on a separate cover, submit to me how you got to these numbers? Because for the proposed, I got 393 per square foot, hard cost and soft cost. And this is excluding the remediation. And for the as of right, I got 417 per square foot. Again, this is including hard cost and soft cost, no remediation. I believe these are significantly high numbers. And if you have different numbers, please submit them under separate cover with calculations showing how you got to your numbers.
Sure. And when I speak of base construction costs, I never add the soft costs and talk about them together. They're two separate things. I know I've said this before, but anyway,
and we have said it before, you have to add them up and compare them to the industry standards.
Well, and again, in the soft costs, they are different for each scenario because they include commissions, they include other things that make, you can't make sort of apples and apples, but we won't go further with that. We'll see how the plans get modified, et cetera, and we'll go accordingly.
Yeah, we don't want to keep arguing about stuff that we already communicated with experts. We communicated with Marshall and Swift, and they said the unit price for a square foot, whatever you get from their tool, includes soft and hard cost. That's what they said, okay. And that's what I know for living.
I have the book. I have the pages of what it includes and doesn't include. It doesn't include marketing costs and commissions and so on. But we have the book now. We've got the subscription. We'll pull the pages and support every figure that's put in.
Then prove them wrong. If you got something different, prove them wrong.
No. They're very clear on what they say is included and not. So we have the page that has the text. Anyway, till next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the public, I guess, just to break things up a little bit. See if there's any public. Go ahead, Tony.
The case we are currently discussing is 2019-304BZ and 2019-305A. The address is 180 East 132nd Street in the Bronx. If you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 943-4114-7193. And the passcode, should you require it, it is 209424. If you're in the Zoom room, press your Zoom hand. And if you're calling in, press *6 to unmute.
And let's see if there's anyone in the Zoom room with their hand up. There's one person who called in with a phone number. So it's *9 to raise your Zoom hand if you'd like to speak. Otherwise, I think everybody else in the room is related to a project, a current applicant, but I could be wrong. Okay, so in the meantime, I do want to make sure, though, that the comments that were at the very beginning of the review session were responded to, which is to say, to clarify graphically very, very clearly the easement area, the area of the proposed roadway access, and the easement documents and so on, because it's very difficult to understand what we're even talking about with respect to the GCL waiver. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Chair, we heard all those comments. We will provide clarity both in terms of the easement diagram and supplemental information. We would only take issue with one comment, which was that the vice chair said that we needed to, quote, dumb it down, and we refuse to think that anything needs to be dumbed down for the vice chair. That's it.
Charming. Okay.
Just a fact. Just a fact.
Just thought you'd throw that in. Okay. So I do think the issue with the easement documents always is that if we don't see a diagram of the easement, none of us are going to sit there and map
Sure.
it. So please map it. And there was one drawing that almost was what I thought it was going to be, but it isn't. So use that one. And then make sure that you're connecting the site all the way to the first map street so that we can know what's going on with the continuity. This is all for the GCL aspect and DOT and fire department's review from that perspective, okay? And then of course, you're going to need to meet with fire department to go over the whole issue of fire access inside the site, okay?
Yes.
With all that in mind, how much time do you need?
Madam Chair, I thought I saw Chief Daley's hand up. Did he put it down?
Oh, I don't know. Chief Daley, did you want to speak? No, that's him waving his hands in the distance that he doesn't need to speak.
Okay, because he put it up before, just before we closed off. Okay.
Like so little on the screen, it's hard to see his hands. Okay.
Chair, I would just invite Fariba to provide me with the time she needs, a lead time, particularly because the architectural aspects here are lengthy. Fariba, can you just estimate for me, given the comments that were received, how long it would take to provide these materials?
I think it's probably going to take us a couple of weeks to provide all the drawings and the numbers, because I think the numbers are actually very, very important. So a couple of
Share
weeks.
with review time and circulating those to the project team as well as other materials. Obviously, we would need a minimum of a month.
Yeah, but I'm also concerned about fire department's ability to review the proposed changes. Because really, if I were to just now we have Chief Daley's hand up, so go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to point out, and I believe I have said this before in other hearings, the fire department operates from the street. While you're providing an access lane into the lot, fire department does not operate from in the lot. We're going to need more than a month. We need to meet with the Bureau of Operations, the people who actually respond to fires. This type of building, I have almost over 20 pieces of apparatus that can respond to a fire at this building. 4 engines, 5 ladders, load of other miscellaneous apparatuses.
Sorry, Chief Daley, is there a way for you to get closer to the sound source? You're breaking up a lot. It's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, I don't know where the microphone is on this.
It's probably right on the screen.
Right, but for a building of this type, the department, when we respond to a fire in a high-rise building, we have over 20 pieces of equipment that are going to be at that site. As I said it before, we always operate from the street. And if we were to go into that lot, only one piece of apparatus, an engine, would be able to get in there. Also, the department, they take their position that we do not back out of the site. We need a turnaround. So we have major concerns about this site, the design, and we would like to meet with the design team here and with the office of Sheldon DeBell to sit down and discuss some alternatives of how they can accommodate the fire department if this application were approved and the building constructed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I have a question. I see Vice Chair Shanda's hand up. Just give me a second. So when we have heard on, I think it was the church case where we learned that you don't enter the site. In a case like this, though, I'm just wondering whether there are examples, for example, maybe in warehouses and things like that, that are long and narrow as to the frontage. I'm guessing there might be a situation like that. where you have had a different approach to how you address the fire as opposed to driving onto the site. Yeah, because driving onto the site imposes all kinds of issues on the site itself, but I don't understand. And if you assume that the two sides of the site will be developed someday in the not too distant future, you're going to really be restricted to that access of the 75 feet and going down the 400 feet to access the site. I'm just curious about like standpipes and things like that that might be better used instead of bringing the trucks down inside the site. Not that I know anything about the subject. So,
a good example, I think was the case last year, asphalt plant in Queens. Now, there, yes, we had to drive onto the site. There, they also have yard hydrants, which an engine is able to hook into the a yard hydrant, pump up the truck, and then put water on a fire. And it's open air. You know, big warehouses. There are, of course, quite a few in the city, but in this particular case, the building as designed, we would have to go under one building to get to the second building, and that's a condition that the department does not want to be under. And also that while yes, the code says that 14-foot clearance is required, you know, the commissioner does have the discretion to request that an additional height be provided. So this is something, you know, the Bureau of Operations has to be involved in, along with the Bureau of Fire Prevention. And again, you know, we have a lot of concerns about this. Again, I can only get one piece of apparatus onto the site. We're not going to have 19 more out in the street. And of course, then you have the off ramp from the Willis Avenue Bridge. There is no area to park in. I mean, right now, I was at the site last week, and you know, over there, you know, it's a dead end street. People are parking everywhere, and they're abandoned cars as well. Something that we'll have to deal with. Wow. This, I think, is going to take a little longer. I do request that the architect, the owner, and of course, Mr. Bell's office, if they could schedule a meeting with the Bureau of Operations to review this plans, come up with all the alternative, excuse me, and to, you know, while we're supportive of any project, you know, we just don't want to jeopardize any lives. Madam Vice Chair.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, this is a question for both the architect, Mr. Lobel, and Chief Daly. You know, as you gathered, we are asking still for an as-of-right development to be done that is more of a single-loaded long building. And I would like that to be also vetted by Chief Daly to see how that would function and be and work. Because we could learn from that and the elements of it. Maybe that can be replicated in the as-of-right, or maybe it wouldn't work because unlike the Van Sinderen, which has a 200-foot street frontage on Van Sinderen, this one has a 75-foot street frontage, providing access to a 400-foot long corridor. So it's a little bit twisted in that access way. So I would like FDNY's feedback on how such an as-of-right building would also be viable. Or to rule out that as-of-right is viable, to rule in that as-of-right is viable.
Right. And I want to point out Van Sinderen had also an important fire department access problem because the street of Van Sinderen is only 15 feet wide or something like that. And so the fire apparatus actually couldn't do what they're supposed to be able to do there either. So the building had to be reconfigured to shift a portion of it away from the front yard so that trucks could get onto the front yard. So, and there also had to be access from the building to the rear. So they had to build into the deal sort of an easement from the Snedeker building to come through there. So, you know, maybe that's another thing that could be considered, but now that's called negotiating with the owner of an adjacent property. like maybe what you get is a fire egress or a fire access easement from an adjoining property owner. And that might solve the whole thing, especially those are not developed sites at the moment. So it's kind of money being offered where no money was being offered. That might be something sweet that a neighbor would want to look at. The other thing that I'm curious about with respect to Chief Daly's comments is when he was talking about having the truck have to drive underneath the building. That again, all of a sudden I heard either a single loaded corridor like we were talking about all the way down, or a tower and like essentially an L-shaped project where once half of the project, the fire truck can go right in front of the building without having to go underneath anything, and it arrives at a tower at the end. So what you're getting is two different kinds of massing that enables open access by the fire department, and also cures to at least 50% of the extent this problem with lot line windows for bedrooms, etc. So.
Didn't we do a project in Brooklyn that was a house behind a house?
Yes.
Where
Which was Mr. Lobel's building.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we did, but that was just to get to one house, and fire department had a lot of trouble with that. The first 5 tries failed. I wouldn't use that as a role model.
Yeah, I agree. Take that back.
Okay. All right. I think this is really interesting. I think there's a lot of work to be done. And I do think that you need a minimum of 8 weeks to respond to this, to work back and forth. And that I would have to say is Ms. McCoy's office working kind of night and day over the holidays. So it's your call.
With all the holidays coming up.
There's nothing different.
Nothing different, right? Well, you have staff, I'm assuming, who may object. So I'm going to make it 8 months, 8 weeks to submit it. 8 months would be plenty of time. Eight weeks to submit, and then, as you know, that gives you another. That may not coincide with our calendar, so it might be a little bit longer. So you might get a little more time than just 8 weeks. Okay, to work all of this kind of stuff out. Plus, we must hear from DOT as well, and they are what we're understanding prior to the change in administration. They're overwhelmed with mayoral sort of whatever mandates, and so our projects are not being reviewed as quickly as normally because of the end of the year push. Okay. So, okay, so 8 weeks in. Thank you very much, everyone. Very interesting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking, because it's been exactly 2 hours, we should take a 10-minute break and then we'll go to the next one. So back at 3:25, okay? If everyone could come back, please. Okay, we have a quorum, so I think we can start.
Okay, so this is a continuation of the Board of Standards and Appeals, November 16th, 2021 public hearing. The next item is item number 28, 2021-8BZ, 76-226 214th Street, Queens.
And Mr. Han is already on the Zoom room or the panel. So unless someone else is being expected, Mr. Han, Tony Matias is going to swear you in.
Sure.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I did.
Okay, proceed. State your name for the record and then proceed.
Victor Hahn, applicant. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I was able to listen in on the review session. Thank you for the comments. And you were correct, Madam Chair. There are some slight discrepancies on the zoning calculations or the floor area numbers. I will revise that as soon as possible or this week. And at the end of the day, the request would still remain at the 10% in terms of the additional floor area requested under the special permit. With respect to the original certificate of occupancy dated 1948, I thought I had submitted that with the original package, but if not, I can easily submit another one if need be. And I believe the final comment on the statement of facts, it would not change the context of the statement of facts if I just remove the words as approved.
No.
As one of the commissioners said.
Right. Yeah.
And I think those were the three major comments.
Yes. Right. I think one of the questions from Commissioner Ollie Brown was, what was the extent of the work that was done in the 2017?
It was a total renovation of the building itself. Because of the surface area or the calculation that the building department used, we did have to get a new certificate of occupancy, but it still remained as a two-story building. It was originally a two-story building, one family. After the alteration, it was still a two-story, one family home.
Okay, so it was a gut renovation, but you didn't add any floor area.
We did add some floor area.
So you added an addition to the building?
We did raise it up.
Oh.
There were portions of the building where it was 1.5 stories and not the entire floor plate was 2 stories.
Mm-hmm.
So what we did was we just made it 2 stories throughout, footprint to footprint.
Okay. Okay, fine. But that doesn't change anything because we're just talking about a building that existed and you're allowed to enlarge to 10% over by the special permit.
Right, from the allowable floor area. That's correct.
Okay, that's the first part. Okay, great, thanks. Any other comments from commissioners? No. Okay, so let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2021-8BZ, 79-26 214th Street, Queens. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 943-4114-7193. The passcode, should you require it, is 209424. If you are in the Zoom room already, please press star 9 to raise your Zoom hand and star 6 to unmute if you are calling in. Did I get that right?
No, that's okay. There's one person in the Zoom room. That person is on for, I think, the next case. But if you're in the Zoom room, you raise your Zoom hand by pushing the raise hand button. And if you're calling in, you raise your Zoom hand by star 9ing it.
That's wrong, but all right.
No, that's true.
I'll have to write it down in detail.
Yeah, you should maybe make a poster that you hang
I
right.
have it over here, but it's for some reason now it's still wrong. I don't know.
Okay, we'll look at it.
Anal, not anal enough, I guess.
Okay, this is by way of spending time to allow people to call in, which I think we gave them enough time. So, Mr. Hahn, how much time to make those little bitty changes?
I could have it submitted by Thursday, Madam Chair.
Good answer. All right, so if you get it to me by Thursday for real, we can put you on for a decision on the next hearing, which is November 29th. But only if you get it to us by Thursday, okay?
Absolutely.
So submit. 11/29 hearing. Okay, so we will try that, but that's the deal. Okay, so
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'd like to make a motion to close then.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd?
Aye.
And Commissioner Shabeta?
I guess, Ms. Otley Brown, your cat gave an approval too?
It certainly was commenting.
Yes.
Somehow they know which keys to hit. That's.
Thank you so much, commissioners.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Good to see you, Victor.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care.
I don't know if anybody ever read the poems by E.E. Cummings, Archie and Mehitable. So I think it was Archie is the cat that does most of the typing, and Mehitable is, I think it's a grasshopper that jumps around and helps a little bit with the typing. So, okay, let's go on to the last one.
Item number 29, 2021-36BZ, 2020-90A, 244 Gansevoort Boulevard, Staten Island.
So, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tony, you're going to swear me in?
Yes.
You're the only one?
Yes.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
State your name, please.
Ron Rosati, representing the applicant. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I heard comments earlier at the review session, which I'd like to address. Regarding the community board denial, I don't want to speak for the community board, but at the hearing, the sentiment really was that they didn't want any development at the site, that it would somehow increase traffic and take away parking, which I don't believe that to be true for this development. But, you know, I know the project manager has reached back out to the community board, so if they want to put anything else in the record, they can do so. I don't want to speak for them. Regarding DOT, I know they've had this, we filed this appeals case back in December of 2020. They've had it for close to a year. I know Jella has reached out to them numerous times. The site isn't in the 10-year capital improvement plan, so I'm really unsure as to why they're not issuing an approval on this yet, but I guess we'll just have to wait on them for any letter or comments. The site plan regarding the future width of pavement for Claremont Place shows 27 feet 5 inches, excuse me, on Westwood Avenue near Claremont Place. It's approximately 3 feet shallower than it is today. The site plan did not show the width of Westwood near Gansevoort Boulevard. We will add that to the site plan. It will be slightly narrower than it is today, but it's still wide enough for two lanes of traffic. There is no parking allowed.
Okay, when you say it narrows it down to, what'd you say? It would narrow it down to what?
27 feet 5 inches, that's shown on the site plan.
No, but it doesn't, it narrows it to 27 feet plus, then you also have a sidewalk, and the sidewalk is 4 feet deep. So it narrows the actual travel way to 23 feet.
I'm opening up the plans now. I'm looking at sheet A101, and it shows from edge of pavement to edge of pavement, 27 feet,
Yes.
5 inches, and then there is a 5-foot sidewalk. Oh, excuse me, I think it's a 4-foot sidewalk that's also over a 5-foot DEP sewer corridor. So the road bed is 27 feet 5 inches.
I know, but the proposal is to put the sidewalk in the area that is designated as part of the road width, right?
Well, everything is part of the road width of the site. The road bed where cars can travel. Will be
That's what I mean, in the road bed, or
Right.
the width of the road bed. So let me just go back. I lost my image from the screen.
Yeah.
Are you able to be on video where you are?
Let me try. Yeah, 1
That's sort of
second.
a panelist rule that you need to be on video.
Apologies. Let me put.
Because it's weird to talk to a blank box. There you go. Okay. Okay. When I'm looking at the site plan,
Yes.
I see that there's a measurement from the edge of curb. I'm just looking at the survey, a measurement from edge of curb to, there's actually no measurement from edge of curb opposite to the property line. The measurement is edge of curb to sort of edge of grassy curb, which is 25.8 at its narrowest point, but we don't know what the dimension is from edge of opposite curb to the edge of the property line.
Right. So on that portion of the street, we don't have that measurement. We will provide it, but on the proposed plan, if you look at sheet A101 on the left, right to the left of the word Westwood, you'll see a dimension from the edge of pavement to the proposed curb of 27 feet 5 inches. We just have to add a measurement to the other portion of Westwood Avenue closer to Gansevoort.
I'm looking, sorry.
Yeah, it's on sheet A101 in Westwood Avenue.
I need to get to the drawings before I get to sheet A101. There you go. I'm looking at the plan submitted 9/24. Does that sound right?
I don't have a date on this. It should be the most recent proposed plan sheets, A101.
Yeah, okay. So I'm looking at, so that's the thing is you're measuring not from, you're measuring, where did you say 27 foot 5?
Yeah, so that's edge of pavement on the opposite side of Westwood to the proposed curb. So that's the road bed where cars could drive.
But that's not the narrowest point, obviously.
Correct.
The more problematic portion is the other way, where it's only showing 26.1 to some imaginary point.
Right, so that's probably another foot or two shorter than 26.1 will.
It's probably more like 3 feet. So that's where I got 23 feet from. I'm just looking at other measurements, right?
Right, we'll add that dimension to the site plan.
So that's where it's really problematic, and your proposal is not to improve the opposing opposing curb line, which is just this kind of edged, like eased edged pavement. It's not really a curb, right? So it's sort of, and then you also apparently have an actual curb there, according to the survey, that reduces it down. So the curb that was installed there, it is creating this neck down situation. So I don't know how fire department or DOT will respond. And as I mentioned at the prior hearing, DOT is really, I don't know about overwhelmed, but let's just say they're focused on a lot of end of year mayoral mandates. And so they haven't been able to attend to some of our projects yet, the new projects yet. So that's why we haven't heard from them. Okay.
Understood.
Okay.
And as previously stated, we will provide a sidewalk on this portion of Westwood Avenue. Right now, there is no sidewalk on either side of Westwood, so that is going to be an improvement for pedestrians. Another comment heard was to provide a map for the subject block study and the corner lot side yard study. Apologies for not including that. I will add that to those studies. The exterior finish materials will be hardy board siding. We'll revise that on the plan sheets. Regarding Westwood Avenue, you would ask for to show ownership and paved areas on Westwood Avenue from Melba Street to Perry Avenue and what could be improved. We'll provide a graphic of that, but if you look at the study, the vacant corner lot study, adjacent to site E, which is owned by the city, is a house on the corner of Mountain View Avenue and Westwood Avenue. So even if our site was fully improved and site E, which is owned by DCAS, is fully improved, you would still have a house jutting out into this street. But like I said, we're unaware of any DOT improvements proposed for this street.
So when you say things like that about something jutting into the street, there's jutting and there's jutting, right? So if we're talking about the street, because let's say the map that you used to create this vacant corner lot study even shows tax lots that are occupying the entirety of Westwood Avenue such that it's not passable, right? It's blocked. So that's not a particularly helpful map.
Right.
What we really should be looking at is, and the request was from Melba to which street?
Perry Avenue.
Perry.
Perry.
I'm looking for Perry, which is Perry. Oh, all the way over there, past C. Right. Okay. So the what would be more helpful is something that showed the actual contours of the houses and the line of the street, so we can see where there's that sort of imposition on the opening of the widening. At this point with this document, you really can't tell. You can't tell. As far as that's concerned, Westway is not a passable street between C and D, site C and D.
Right. Well, I could submit the aerial, which is cleaner. The street does run straight, basically from Perry up until Gansevoort or Claremont, and then it narrows down, and then it widens back up after Mountain View.
Right.
So our block and the next block is where it narrows, the street narrows. So I'll provide a better graphic of that.
So I think, I'm assuming that DOT or the borough president or something has more information about the actual dimensions of these and the actual graphic depiction of the street in those two directions, rather than kind of making it up, so that we can really understand what the widths are from one side to the other and where the houses are running over the widening line, which is what you're positing, that the houses run over the widening line.
Well, right.
Yeah.
The one house on the corner of Mountain View and Westwood is within the widening line. That's 100% in the widening line.
Okay, but you need to show us that, because
Yes.
I can't tell that from what you've given us. Okay. Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I did a lot of Google map running up and down just to get that sense. And I think if you are driving, when you're as a driver, a vehicle that is coming from Perry Avenue going towards Melba, your street width is pretty consistent, because all the street widths along there is aligned. It's only the vehicles that are coming from the other side, from Melba going towards Perry, it narrows exactly where the Mountain View, the home is, at the corner of Mountain View and Gansevoort, Mountain View and Westwood. And then it stays narrow until you hit Claremont and it widens out.
That's correct.
So, for a vehicle to come from that direction, you are already cautious, you're already being careful, because your view has already been blocked and your access has been blocked by that home that's to the right of site E.
Yes.
And I think you need to show more photographs, aerials, all of that, to kind of
walk us through that. I use the Google aerial running up and down just to kind of get a sense of it. And you need to give more of those videos, photos, whatever makes it convincing. Otherwise, it is difficult to make that jump.
Sure. There are, in this study, there are aerials included, for instance, on page, one second, I think it's page 6, that does show.
Page 6 of what?
Of the vacant corner lot study. It does show the aerials of site C and D, and the street view, and then the other sites. So for instance, the last page.
It's not continuous, so it's not very easy to follow.
Sure.
That is for a different purpose, but here to prove that how that Westwood corridor operates,
Yes.
That's why I took that narrow length. You need to take the aerial for each one of this frontage, put them together and show where really the tapering is happening and how that is affecting the flow of traffic and what improvements could improve it. Thanks.
Right. And also, I just want to say that in the same way on that set of vacant corner lot study, you use a red outline to indicate the site configurations. You should use the same kind of graphic to indicate the width of the roadbed, right? So when you're taking advantage of aerials, it's very difficult to tell from the aerial alone where the edge of the roadbed is, because, you know, when it sort of decays in dirt, is that still a functioning roadbed, or is that really a curb, you know, sort of a bad curb? So there are some places where it's really clear because you've got a sidewalk, but other places, for example, with site B, I can't tell how wide the roadbed is actually without a little field advice. You know, and then once you show that, what is the width there?
Did you say site B?
I'm just using site B as an example. I don't want to get into the details of it because that doesn't help us. We need to see what is the edge of the roadbed on each one of the aerials that you're using along. This is actually says Holden, but anyway, along the roadway that we're talking about. And then the width of the roadway at that point from the edge of the open roadway to the edge of the open roadway, how wide is that? That information might be in the borough president or probably in the borough president's map or the DOT's maps, as opposed to you going out there with a measuring tape.
And I would also add, indicate where the sidewalks are. Like site D, while you have the roadbed built, but you don't have the sidewalk. So please include those in your analysis along that corridor.
Right. Yeah, that's true. And it's very hard to tell if that's a sidewalk or that's the roadbed. I actually have no idea.
I'll get additional photos and aerials of C, D, E, and F and provide that into the record.
Right, but it's
With
not just,
widths.
but you understood, right?
Yes.
You need to indicate on the drawing itself, which is the roadbed, which is the sidewalk edge, the interior sidewalk edge, and then what's the width of the driving roadbed. Okay.
Understood. Yes.
Good. Okay.
And lastly, Commissioner Ollie Brown asked for a breakdown of single and two-family homes in the area to confirm we're in character with the neighborhood and therefore require the proposed floor plate to accommodate the 3 required on-site parking spaces. I'll provide an additional study showing that.
It's not so much in character. It's that you need to have a 2-family because let's just say it's not a viable project without the 2-family, because if the parking, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner, it's the parking seems to be driving some of the need for the width of the house. And if you had only 2 parking spaces, you wouldn't need as much width because there's the rule about where you put the parking. And to Commissioner Sheta's point, 2 feet of front yard along Westwood isn't enough. It's too tight to the sidewalk. So why not 5 feet?
Right, that's a side lot line. We could look at enlarging that side lot line, that side yard, the 2-foot side yard.
It's
Understood.
a minimum variance question.
Yes.
Understood.
And wait a minute, when you're saying 2 feet is the side yard, no, I think, so wait a second, let me just look at the drawing again. Commissioner Sheta, you were talking about the side yard width, or you're talking about the front yard width?
No, I was talking about the side yard.
Side yard of only being
Yeah.
2 feet, okay. I think though the side yard width is not a variance, that's the as of right width, correct? 20 feet, if you had a corner lot, plus 2 feet is the minimum side yard width, isn't that right?
Right, but for this site, we're requesting since we only have one side lot line, we're requesting that side yard to be reduced from 20 feet to 2 feet.
Oh, right, because DOB is interpreting it that one of your side yards has to be 20, and because you only have one side lot line, that's the one that has to be 20.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. But otherwise, your front yard, so, you know, another way for me of looking at this is because the sidewalk is on your property, your house, normally there's a 10-foot front yard requirement. But what's happening is you're getting to use the sidewalk as part of your front yard. So it means that your house is very close to the front lot line, let's say the front yard line, and making it potentially too close to that line if this is the sidewalk. And I don't know if DOT is okay with only a 4-foot wide sidewalk. I don't know what the standard is in this neighborhood. So this is again, a DOT question. What's the minimum passable width for a sidewalk? Is it 4 or 5-foot flags?
It's typically 4 feet in these areas. But if we were to reduce one, either that front yard along Westwood or that side, or increase that side yard, I would propose to increase the side yard because then we could potentially get parking spaces in that side yard. If we increase the front yard along Westwood, that doesn't help with any on-site parking.
Mm-hmm. But you're parking in a garage.
Right, but if we have to reduce the width of the house, then we couldn't park everything in the garage. We'd have to put something on site. So I'm just thinking forward down the line, if we had to redesign this, it would probably be best to put the parking in that side lot line, maybe with only one garage parking space.
Okay, but so for me, and I have to check whether you put in a study, I'm looking at the front yard widths that are typical of corner lots. And are those front yards 10 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet? Like, what's the standard? That's what we usually look at when you're looking at a waiver for front yard. And because your sidewalk is part of the front yard, you're effectively only providing a 5-foot front yard. So,
well, we're not asking for a front yard waiver. We comply with our 10-foot front yard. It's just that the sidewalk is overlapping that.
No, I understand that. But from an urbanism point of view, the front yards are supposed to be 10 feet away from the sidewalk. So you should be showing us that the building is typically in this area for corner lots, only 5 feet away from the side yard, from the sidewalk. I know you're not asking for a waiver, but you are asking for a waiver. You're asking for a variance. So we look at the urban characteristics, we look at what is typical in the community, and what's the minimum variance, as we say. Okay, so that's something that's important to show. Often we see corner lots that are very, very close to the front lot line. You just need to do a study to show that that's the case.
Sure, we'll provide that.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, commissioners? Anything? All right, let's go to the public.
In case we are, oh, I'm sorry, John, Fire Department had his hand up?
Oh, he did? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Chief Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our Bureau of Operations City Planning Unit has not received an application to review this project. So we'd ask that the applicant file an application for fire code variance through the Bureau of Fire Prevention, which would then be forwarded to Captain Malloy, the City Planning Unit, for review.
And what's the variance, the fire code variance?
For the width of the street.
Ah,
Yeah, because you're in the lower density also, growth management, right? Yeah.
It's a public street. This was a question that came up on the examiner. Examiner brought up this question. The building is fully sprinklered. These are public streets and not private roads.
Oh, okay.
I'm not clear what fire code regulation we would need a variance for.
Okay. Street width, you're less than 30 feet.
Right, and we're sprinklered, but it's a public road. Once again, if you could point to the fire code section, I'd be glad to look into it, but I believe the architect did look into this. The examiner brought it up in the notice of comments. There didn't seem to be any fire code issues.
Isn't it Apparatus Road, Chief Daly?
Yes. I get the photo. Oh,
It should be 30, 38, 34 then.
4 feet.
If it's less than 34 feet, it requires to be sprinklered, which we are sprinklered.
Roadway, the unobstructed width of not less than 34 feet. You're less than 34 feet, so a variance is required.
Can you give me the fire code section for that, please?
Sure. 503.2.3.
Okay, I'll look into it. I thought that if it was less than 34 feet, and I've seen houses on many roads on Staten Island have a built road width of less than 34 feet. You don't need a fire code variance. You just need it to be sprinklered, and I believe that's in the fire code. I'll look into it and I'll touch base with the architect on that also and get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
well, so in any event, though, because this is a GCL 35 waiver, whatever the fire code says, we listen to fire department about whether they think a reduction in the width of the roadbed is acceptable. So that part's their domain in addition to DOT. So, yeah.
Okay, so going to the public.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just wanted, if there was another thing, oh, well, I lost it. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go to the phone.
So the case we're currently discussing is 2021-36BZ, 2020-90A, bus 244 Gansevoort Boulevard, Staten Island. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 943-4114-7193. And the passcode, should you require it, is 209424. And if you're in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your Zoom hands. Which is wrong. If you're calling in, press *6 to unmute.
So Tony, we're gonna do a little lesson right here.
Yes, yes.
If you move
You
your
have to write
arrow-
out instructions.
Yeah, if you move your arrow down to the bottom of the screen, there's a little raised hand. It's just a little hand there. If you're in the Zoom room already, you
Press that little
button,
hand.
and that makes you raise a hand. But if you call in, then you have to dial *9.
*9.
Okay. So, Mr. Rizzati, how much time to respond to these comments?
I would say 6 weeks.
Okay. Chief Daly, you think that's enough time to review this question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes? Okay, thank you. All right, so nobody called in or anything. So I'm noting 6 weeks to submit. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's the exact submission time, because we have to put you on the calendar and then there's a submission date that's associated with that calendar. And it depends on our schedule. So, but other than that, that's a concept. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
So that's it then. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nobody's called in, so okay. This concludes the public hearing for November 16, 2021.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
All right.
Yes,